I don't know. I haven't decided yet. So let's switch over to Kerbal 2. Alright. What if the technical issues are planned too? Monkas. Have they hinted at another patch time frame yet? We'll find out here momentarily. Let's get over to the dev update and we'll go from there. I'm going to make another cup of coffee if you guys don't mind. I will be back in a moment. Here. Let's go right here. Plus that in. Text. Add existing. Be right back. That's a big BRB a second. I'm just gonna go make another cup of coffee. If you look though, I got the leaf springs hung on the truck. Yeah, be right back's a second. It's a velocity. Yep. I'll be back in a moment. Tessa, the reason why it looks like it's taller is because it's up on the casters. It's up on, see the diff? The diff over there is up on those the caster wheels, the metal with the casters, trolleys. I don't know. I forget what to call them. Yeah. It's the Sims which force him to change a head gasket. Yeah, but it's been on those for months. Yeah, it's a little bit higher up off the ground than it should be. It looks like it's got a lift on it right now. In fact, I'm so used to seeing the thing, right? I'm so used to seeing the thing, like up on those trolleys that when it's actually sitting down on its wheels, I'm gonna be like, that's really low to the ground. What the hell? Make the message say BRB right back. Oh, God. Yeah, Spoon, I stayed up late last night after I finished adulting and stuff. And I, yeah, I hung the leaves. I, anti-seize the bolts inside of the bushing. I coated them with anti-seize before I put them in. Then I Loctited the nut and we torqued them to spec. So those are in. They're in and they're done. Some of the bushings though didn't fit onto the shackle. The bushing was a little bit too wide by maybe like a couple hundred thousandths. So I took the grinder and just zapped one side off. Don't worry, I made sure it was flush. Do you plan on doing any more working on the truck streams? Yeah, Hooch, I saw you say that before I left. Yeah, sure, man. But right now, dude, I just need to slam it back together. I want the truck ready for the summertime. Like, I really want it ready for the summertime. Has to be pretty much good to go by June. So right now, up until this point, dude, it's just been hanging. Like, it's just been painting things. I'm just painting things. That's all. So I don't know, man. The grinding stuff down and then repainting it is not really. It's just stuff you just gotta belt out and do. That's why the frame looks so good, because I just belted it out, you know. That was a different truck, Erudite. So in the future, dude, when we're doing, yeah, like in the future, dude, we'll do more. Like the next thing that I have to do, that's the dev update. The next thing that I have to do is sand down and paint the diff housing, which is gonna suck. I'm gonna take the diff apart, take the retainer plates off, take the axles out, and then change the gear oil in that diff, because as you can tell, it's kind of been leaking all over it. I did the pinion seal already, but I have more gear oil, and yeah, when I have it out, we'll, like, the good thing about the 9-inch, though, is that you don't need to worry about the relationship between the pinion and the ring gear, because it comes out in one assembly, so it's already shimmed, so I'm not, like, too worried about taking it out and putting it back in. Yeah, like, something like that. Yeah, so, like, but before Hooch, I was streaming everything that I did on the truck, dude. And that's not... You know, watching me solder wires is cool. And trying to figure out how to splice the Ford wire harness into a Chevy steering column was fun. But yeah, most of these jobs are just background stuff, dude. So, we gotta sand that thing down. I gotta take that thing apart. It's a Haro shredder. Bobby, everyone asks me about that BMX bike. More than I thought people would. Would it be worth it in the time saving to take the rear end to a sandblaster? It's too big, dude. That thing is heavy. I'm just gonna put it up on jack stands and hit it with the wire wheel. That should be good enough. And then paint it. I'll paint it with the same chassis paint that I painted that in. And then if you look kind of behind the left-hand side leaf spring next to the tires, there's two rails right there. I started taking the rest of the bed apart because actually to the left of the bike, they're leaning up against the back shelf. I have an oak kit for it. I have oak planks, which is what should have been in there from the factory. I have pine in it right now, and the pine is dense. Oak doesn't dent, so I want to get the oak kit out. I got to stain those. I got to sand them down. We got to stain them. And then, yeah, you got to do all that to put the whole bed back together. Yeah, there you go, Bobby. What about bringing a sandblaster to it? I don't think there's a sandblaster big enough. Like, I don't think I could get a home sandblasting kit that's big enough for that thing. Unless you want an open loop and I'll just sandblast it outside. It is, Scooty, yeah. Bikes, mine. I have bikes. So, yeah, guys, don't worry. Like, I'm in thrash mode with the truck. Guys, I've been putting in not 8 hours before every stream this week, but like 3 to 4 hours every day, and then coming here and then streaming. The one day where the SpaceX launch aborted was notwithstanding. But even last night, after I went to the grocery store, I came, like I stopped streaming at like 7. Like, feel like the kid that falls asleep first at a sleepover. Right, and Brim and I had, we went to the store, we cleaned up the house, did all the adulting stuff, and we were done with all that by 9, and then I came back out here. I painted some more stuff. I painted the U-bolt retainers for the top U-bolt retainers for the springs. I took them off the old ones. I sanded them down. I painted them. I hung the leaf springs, and yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've been thrashing on this thing. Like, every bit of spare time has been working on the truck, and then every other bit of spare time is sleeping and eating. And then all the time, the aggregate time left over from all those events has just been streaming. I've been putting foot to tail, dude. And I wish I would want to stream this stuff, dude. But if I was sanding, if I was sanding the frame down, there's no real good way to make content like that, They're not a U-bolt retainer. It's the thing that guides the U-bolt on the top of the leaf spring. I had to paint those. They're not called U-bolt retainers. I forget what they're called. So, yeah, I'll just sand down that rear end. I'm just going to sand down the housing. I'm not even sure I want to take it apart, but the thing about it is that trying to... no, not that. Trying to... the front part with all those ridges in it of the diff over there, that thing that's sitting on the cardboard right there, that big shaft thing. Shaft. That's not... That's not, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we could paint it. I have to change the gear oil in there because the gear oil is super old. So if we're going to do that, you got to take it apart. There's no drain plug on the diff. So you got to take it apart. Yeah, Hooch, only the more intricate work. Maybe we'll stream working on the diff. I don't know. The other thing, guys, is that, look, I don't mean to be a dick. Like, and when I sanded that frame down and when I painted it, the roof, I had ventilation. I did it right. I was wearing a mask. I was wearing safety glasses and hearing protection and all that other stuff. But, dude, I don't want somebody asking every 5 seconds in the stream, oh, you make sure your mask, safety glass, you got to do that. Oh, do you have ventilation? You have to have ventilation. I don't need that, guys. That takes up too much time, and it's frankly time I don't have. Like, the safety police come out in full force whenever I'm working on cars, and don't get me wrong, I'm usually cool with it. It's just, even something like hanging the leaf springs would probably take an hour, like a couple hours actually, with chat. It's something that took me, I don't know, it didn't take me 30 minutes per se, but everything takes longer when you're streaming because I you got to explain it. I got to explain what I'm doing, or else people are going to get confused. Yeah. So, by the way, if you have a proper, this will probably do it. Yeah. I'm already confused. Yeah, I know. So, yeah, guys, I just, I didn't want to, I did, like, it's like, if you watch Cleater, it's like Cleater wasn't even sure he wanted to share airplane content because too many, well, you didn't do it exactly by the book. And, like, there's nothing wrong with insisting stuff is done by the book, but I find sometimes, like, the folks that insist that everything gets done by the book, and if you're not doing it exactly the way to do it, then you're wrong. Like, those people have never been out in the real world. Sometimes you just gotta thrash, and you just gotta get it done, you know? Now, don't get me wrong. When I was sanding down that frame, which was very rusty, I definitely had a mask on. Breathing Mars regolith is not a good idea. Because Mars regolith is iron oxide. It's basically rust. That's why Mars is red. It's basically rust. Breathing Martian dirt is not good for you. So, yeah, no, I definitely had a mask on. I love breathing rust. It's good for the soul. Yeah, good for the soul, but bad for your lungs. So, yeah, guys, I just, you know, I had masks on and safety glasses, like, you know, especially when you're using the grinding wheel. Yeah, and hearing protection at times, too. When you got the cutoff wheel going, it's loud. You're last. So, yeah, I just wanted to get it done. Would you modify the diff cover to add a drain plug? No. No. It's 370 non-posy in there, Hellfish. But, how much is a limited slip center section? And can you buy it as one unit? Yeah, that's the other thing. The only reason I'm not too afraid of taking apart the 9-inch is because I don't have to shim or backlash the gears at all with the way the 9-inch is put together. Because, yep, that is something that is well beyond what I know how to do. Shimming a diff, screw that. I don't know how to do. Well, not screw that. I can figure it out, but I don't know how to do that. Like, and it's not even like, oh, you won't know until you go and learn. Like, this is like, I have seriously no idea what I'm doing. You can, but they're usually about 1,000. Oh, the relativity tribute. Jonathan, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. I haven't seen it yet. We'll watch it in a second, but I really want to get to the dev notes. Yeah, the limited slips. The limited slip piece doesn't seem to be too expensive, but if like we were buying if you bought a whole limited slip center section, that's about $1,000. Yeah, and that's $1,000 that I do not have. So yeah, we'll stick with one tire fires for now. It's very easy. Essentially, you paint the gears to see where they mesh. Now, Helvish, don't get me wrong. I know what it does. I know what shimming the diff does, and I know why you need to do it, because gears, right? They have to mesh correctly. If they don't mesh correctly, you're screwed. With that being said, I am not anywhere familiar with the process. I would, if we were going to attempt it, I'd probably go get a differential out of the junkyard and try to screw with that rather than the one that I need for the truck. Oh, neat. Yesterday was the 6-year anniversary of the first Falcon reuse. Nice. You could find a wrecked vehicle that has a stock track lock. Yeah, but then you have to go changing around leaf spring perches and stuff for the truck. I don't want to do that. That's beyond my technical capability right now. In the future, sure, why not? All you would need is a spare center section. Yeah. But, dude, can you even go to the junkyard anymore and get 9-inch rear ends? Everything is 8.8 now. Because Ford hasn't made 9-inch rear ends since the 80s. I'm sure they're around, yeah. All right. Anyway, dev notes, dudes. Let's go. So, this is Nate's weekly update. Good afternoon, Kerbernauts. While last week's AMA was great, it looks like I forgot to check my staging when lining up the questions. Many have pointed out that a lot of the Discord queries got answered, but questions submitted through Steam in the forums were neglected. I'll try to be more conscious of that when the next AMA rolls around, but in an effort to right a past injustice, I'll answer a few of the questions that got missed right now. Here we go. When will we see other... When will we see other exotic fuel types like metallic hydrogen? Will they be added alongside some of the big update like colonies, or will they be added before? That's a good question. And I don't want to reply to it. Let's go all the way back up here. We'll be bringing in new engine and fuel types across multiple updates, generally as they become instrumental to the progression. I suspect nuclear pulse will be up next, as it opens up the interplanetary progression quite nicely and is a good supplement to colony building. Nuclear pulse. Chris Adderley, some Nirtea, has also cooked up a few new Methalox engines that I think will be popping up sooner rather than later. Nice. Moons on the forums. Are there plans to give some sort of legacy UI? Are there plans to make the UI more modular for users to adjust and change it with mods, especially a way to scale the UI? Are there plans to reduce the UI's use of screen space? That's a good question. This is a good example of an area that's being developed iteratively. I think the first goal is to give players the ability to rescale the flight HUD, but making it modular and giving both players and modders more control over how things look is a key priority for the UI UX team. Yeah, Hydrolox would be something that I mean, if hydrogen's already in the game, Doom, you might as well, like, that shouldn't be too hard to do. Even then, it shouldn't be too hard to mod, you know what I mean? Okay, Walking Wiki 666. Anyway. Will the game's prices increase as new features are added? That's a good question too. The game's price will certainly increase when 1.0 arrives. Though if you purchase the game during early access, you'll get all early access updates and the 1.0 update for free. After 1.0, we expect to continue providing free updates to the game, just like KSP1 did. Hydrolox will have to be in the game for this engine. Oh, interesting, Thomas. Okay. The afterburning nerve, yeah. The store page does mention the price increase when it launches. Yep. Yeah. I mean, guys, if Kerbal, you know, if they do everything that they promised to do when 1.0 comes out, I'd be cool with it, to be honest with you. Because the scope for this game is pretty hefty. I mean, by the time 1.0 comes out, Kerbal should pretty much be the best, one of the highest fidelity, like, spaceflight simulators out there by a long shot. Like, you will not be able to do in other games what you can do in KSP. Hopefully. Yeah, and I'll guess it'll jump up to 60 or something concrete. Yeah, for sure. They may go to the next gen price of 70. Big if. Yeah. Okay. It's cool that we can press F2 and take HUD-less screenshots, but given that it's the most basic way of taking screenshots, And many of us players enjoy taking the best pictures possible of our crafts. Does KSP 2 plan to implement a fully fleshed out camera mode in which we can change settings such as focal length, depth of field, focus tilt filters, and most of the other cool options that modern games nowadays implement in their camera modes? Nate replies, I need to do a better job of evangelizing our camera capture controls. If you hit V, you could cycle through the camera modes. When you're in capture mode, the numpad offers a bunch of new camera controls that you can combine to do smooth, swoopy pans, dollies, zooms, etc. You can combine these with pause time warp to do some pretty fancy stuff. Here are the controls. That would have been nice to know. Oh, you can roll the camera. See, I only knew about these ones. I knew about the pan shots. Yeah, pan and dolly shots. Oh, you can speed it up with the number pad controls. Cool. Cool. All right. Neat. I'll have to remember that. Now you could take a sweet screenshot that I can use for the thumbnails. For sure, for sure. But there's still no way to actually take a screenshot. And, like, there's just print screen. There's no screenshot in the game. Will it be possible to alter the surface of the planets? Like dig a pit or flatten an area for a colony? I'm going to guess no. There are no current plans to do this. As you can imagine, it has some brain-bending multiplayer implications. Yeah, syncing up terrain over clients, especially... Yeah, terrain synchronization that's hard to do. Yeah, that's really hard to do. The question seemed to imply that F2 took a screenshot. It's cool that we could press F2. F2 makes the HUD go away, dude. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. Especially when time warp gets involved. But it would be incredibly cool, and I'm not aware of any specific technical blockers. It's certainly come up in conversations with Mortalk, our senior graphics engineer. I mean, we have a game with nuclear pulse engines. The fact that you can't make craters with them feels like a missed opportunity. So yeah, we'll keep talking about this. F12 screenshots? Oh. Interesting. Okay, so thanks for your questions. On to business. We've knocked out a few more bugs for patch 2, including that pesky issue where vehicles with more than 8 parts in a radial symmetry set were loading into the floor. Didn't encounter that one. We've just about wrapped the cherry picking process and can say with confidence that'll be out sometime in the next 2 weeks. We'll post an exact date for patch 2 as soon as we know it. As we continue stabilizing and improving performance, we're also making progress on re-entry heating, new parts, and science mode. Yes. And just to highlight that other bigger systems are always being worked on in parallel, here's some footage of our QA team goofing off in multiplayer. Yes, collision is working. They blurred out the names. It's probably showing like an IP address or something. Yeah. Interestingly enough. Yeah, drummer. Okay, yeah, I got you. Okay, here, oh, interesting. Last week's Duna Focus Challenge yielded some incredible creations. If you're in the mood to see highlights, the most upvoted posts on both the KSP2 Challenges and KSP2 Screenshot Discords are now archived in the KSP2 Best Of. There you'll see stuff like this. Let's take a look. Bro. Guy made the frickin' Hermes, dude. Is that a... What is that? Jeez. Okay. I wonder how he sent all that stuff up to orbit. It's definitely built in one piece, 95, but yeah. This is what I wanted to do with Triton, but yeah, the docking physics in the game are kind of... It's supposed to look like Dune. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. Guy down here made a Whiplash Swerve SSDO over here. Dune, yeah. My guess is a modded G menu. Dude, I could make this. I could make this with Triton. Yeah, we could use Kraken Tech to even fold the ring out if we really wanted to. That's actually not a bad idea. That's actually not a bad idea. That's how we could make a fold-out ship. Interesting. Anyway. Kemba, what about your computer? I'm not worried about it. Yeah, up in space, guys, the performance is way better anyway because you're not near the terrain. Yeah, interesting. These hydrogen tanks shine up real nice. Finally, an apology. We've had some minor technical difficulties getting the next weekly challenge put together, but we hope to be able to get something posted over the weekend. We regret the delay. All right, there's your update. Cool. Interesting. I guess you're stuck on cities. Dude, hold on. That is a righteously big ship, to be honest. 16-player maximum multiplayer supercraft. That's already been confirmed. Yeah, it's got the nuclear reactor up front. Some Wings Wednesday. It's... Yeah, those are the 10-meter hydrogen tanks. This is a big ship. I mean, this is going to have... 95, this has to be a one-piece job. You know what I mean? It has to be done in one... This has to be a one-piece thing, which is interesting. Ah, thanks, Gene. Good call. Yeah, see, also there's stuff strutted together. The tanks are strutted together back there. This was a one-piece launch. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure how this was a one-piece launch, but it, yeah. Probably solid rocket boosters, if I had to guess. Here, let's look at the back of that ship just real quick. It looks like there's decoupler attachment points back there. So there were probably SRBs on this. With some SRBs and the fact that all the mass is in the very back of the ship, dude, 4 Clydesdales could put this thing into space. I'm pretty damn sure. As long as it didn't wobble around too much. Editor to orbit? Yeah, it's possible. I mean, you could have done that. I don't know how to edit something into orbit in this game, though, unless you went and modified your save file, which, I mean, you could do that. Really nice, though. I love the Duna. The Duna Dune ship. That's cool. That's a cool transfer vehicle as well. Very nice. Look at that thing is strutted like crazy. This was definitely a one-piece job, for sure, with a bunch of boosters attached to the outside. Nice. Nice. Working on any challenges. Then they delayed the challenge, believe it or not. Yeah, they delayed it. Finally, an apology. We've had some minor technical difficulties getting the weekly challenge put together, but we hope to be able to get something posted over the weekend. We regret the delay. Yowzes. That's a lot of SAS wheels. Yep. Who's catch me outside? How about that? You skipped and they skipped the challenge too. Yeah. Yeah, the challenge was get to Duna, basically. Mike Baylor put this video out. Alright. What's this video? Terran 1 liftoff at 25 times the speed. Relativity / Mike Baylor. Dude. That's awesome. Dude, I've retweeted that before it even happens. All right, what do we got? I have not, Creeper. That's nice. Oh, it didn't close. Yeah, I see it, Thomas. Yep, one of those umbilicals it tried to close and it got blown open. Oh, Michael liked that already. Jeez. All right. That is quite nice. Yep. Yeah, the TSMU umbilical. The TSMU umbilical cover didn't close. What rocket is that? That's Terran 1. Terran 1 is a 3D printed rocket, believe it or not, guys. Yeah. Whole 85% 3D printed on that thing. It did launch the other day, obviously. Second stage didn't go though, but the first stage performed great, which is just amazing. I mean, there's been talks that Relativity is going to pivot straight into reuse here. Like how SpaceX basically did a couple of Falcon 1 launches. They got Falcon 1 to work, and then they were like, never mind. The second Falcon 1 started working correctly, they moved right to Falcon 9, right? I think that Relativity is going to do that as well. The blue is really, really pretty. Can't wait for the other methane first stages. Can you imagine what Starship's going to look like, Josh? 33 Methalox stage combustion engines? That's going to be something, man. That's going to be something. What propellant? This is using LNG. LNG and liquid oxygen. Toucan mod manager. Oh, that's cool. Aqualux, neat. Here's the PDF. I have it already. Clicked on it the first time, dude. All right, so let's see what we got here. So SpaceX has a new PDF. The Gateway to Mars. Development and manufacturing of Starship takes place at Starbase, one of the world's first commercial spaceports. Okay, we already know that. Okay, here we go. Flight data from all suborbital flights show that less flap motion was required compared to predictions, which enabled the orbital version of Starship to have a smaller and lighter flap than those flown on the suborbital vehicle. Cool. The Raptor relight and flip maneuver took several iterations, and in the process, the team made critical developments related to propellant management during the flip. During the flip maneuver, plume interactions with the ground and with aerodynamic flow and contingency logic. The final successful landing of Starship was achieved despite the loss of one Raptor engine and the loss of pressure control in the fuel sub-tank. Overall, the suborbital campaign was critical in proving that Starship's upper stage can fly through the subsonic phase of entry, where controllability and precision targeting of the vehicle is the most challenging. Having achieved success in the suborbital campaign, the next big challenge for upper stage reusability is to survive the high heating hypersonic phase of entry, combined with in-space refilling. This will enable a fully reusable transportation system designed to carry both crew and cargo on long-duration interplanetary flights and help humanity return to the moon and travel to Mars and beyond. World's tallest rocket launcher and catch tower. In 2021, SpaceX broke ground on the launch and catch tower at Starbase. The tower rises 480 feet in height. It's about 150 meters. The tallest launch tower in the world, and it is designed to support launch vehicle integration and catch of the Super Heavy rocket booster. Catching the booster reduces mass from the launch vehicle, moves hardware complexity to the ground, and enables rapid reuse. It's interesting that they didn't mention catching Starship. Interesting. The ISS can be refueled 95, but that's with hypergalls, like with a pressure-fed hypergall system. No one's ever moved cryogenic propellants around in space, as far as I know. And if they have, yeah, I'm either not remembering like a small technology demonstrator, or somebody's done it and they haven't told us. Well, Thomas, the reason why I think that Super Heavy rocket booster thing is interesting, the reason why I think that's interesting is because, well, okay, the first thing that pops into my head is that Viaspace has Complex 13. So they don't need Falcon 9 landing pads anymore. But there are definitely certain Falcon Heavy missions where you're going to need 2 landing pads. So that tells me that SpaceX has gone back to landing Starship on like a pad next to the tower. And if they have one for Starship, you might as well put a second one right next to it and land Falcon 9s there as well, right? Like, yeah, Aquilix, exactly. So that means landing legs are back on the menu. I mean, 95, it's kind of like, it's a stretch what I just said, but it does make sense. I don't know. I mean, the last time, like, so when we stopped doing space news, the last kind of theory craft that I had was that SpaceX was going to make a mobile launcher platform that can catch and land boosters. And they're going to store it inside of the VAB. That was my last kind of crazy EJ theory. I haven't really checked in to see if that's a thing. Hey, Shortline, what's up, man? It took so much to land Falcon 9 first stages and then Starship. Why are they not doing suborbital tests? The necessity of a launch license for Starship out of Boca Chica has impeded suborbital flights, you know. Yeah. I bet the way SpaceX was testing Starships was basically very, very quick and very, very fast to get a lot of flight data. And then in 2020, the alphabet agencies kind of went ham on SpaceX, and they their launch license for Boca Chica was for launching Falcon rockets. It was they had a launch license for Boca Chica because Boca Chica was originally supposed to be a Falcon 9 launch pad. And then SpaceX threw that plan out and made it their Starship development site, right? And when they did, and they started doing these tests, right? These tests were not, they basically, I'm not going to say they didn't have the license to launch stuff from Boca Chica, because they did, but they didn't have, a testing regime is very different than orbital flights, you know what I mean? So they didn't have the right type of license, I guess. It is what it is. So If I was guessing, if like they just if the FAA had said, yeah, whatever, it's fine, just get us the TFRs and stuff. If they had done something like that, I'm pretty sure that they would have um they would have kept going with rapid iterate, like hopping the booster, hopping super heavy around, so like launching it off of the OLM and then kind of having it hover grasshopper style and come back down and then land in the catch arms. I'm pretty sure they would have done that. But yeah, since they pulled the license on it, SpaceX said, fine, if this is going to take a year and a half to get the license, we might as well shoot for an orbital flight test. Have you ever played Flight of Nova? No, BR, I don't know what that is. Our suspicion is that they'll go with legs, because it'll need legs anyway, and right away to their moon landers. So why design a catch structure in parallel when it'll be redundant? Makes sense to me. I mean, the lunar landing legs, I mean, might be a little bit different than ones that you need to land down here, but then again, they might not. I don't know. If I was SpaceX and NASA was paying me to develop landing legs for Lunar Starship, I would just rate them to be able to stand up in 1G. What's NASA going to do? Say no? So, yeah, you might be onto something there. Yep. SpaceX also has the point-to-point DoD thing, which they need the landing legs for. Yeah. I don't think Starship's going to get caught by the tower, dude. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Towers catching starships is not a bad idea. I think that's kind of cool. That's a pretty good idea. But also at the same time, you know, why? Is there a need to land a starship and then launch it immediately right after that? Like land the one that you just brought back down. Is there a need for that? I mean, I'm sure, you know, now that I asked that, somebody's thinking of a outrageous need, an outrageous requirement. Like, oh, yeah, you know, maybe if they did that. But no. So, like, think about it like this, guys. You launch your depot starship, and then you launch a starship that refuels the depot starship, right? Okay, so it's refueled, right? The booster comes back down and lands. A couple of days go by. You don't wait for that. You wouldn't wait for that starship to come back down, land it, pick that thing up and put it back up on the thing ready to go. No, while that thing is up and refueling, the booster's landed, you get another starship, another tanker starship, lift it up and put it on. One comes back down, the other one launches. You'd want to alternate. So bottlenecking the pad like that actually will slow down rapid reuse if you make it so Starship needs to be caught by the tower. Right? It actually makes way more sense to land it on a landing pad. Yeah, short line, of course. So, if you have 2 or 3 starships in the rotation, dude, right? One launches, it's up there doing its on-orbit operations, Super Heavy lands back down, in another 2 hours, you lift up another starship and place it down. That one leaves, and then you send another one up. It makes more sense to have Starship land on a landing pad when you think about it. That's right. That's correct. I mean, catching it with the tower is cool, but why, like, I can't think of a specific scenario where you would need to launch the exact same starship that you just landed. You know what I mean? It's like the shuttles. They made 4 shuttles. They made 4 space shuttles, so when the shuttle's down on the ground and they're reintegrating payload, another one is ready to go and launching up into space. That was the original idea. They made 4 orbiters initially, right? So Columbia, Challenger, Discovery, and Atlantis, right? And the idea was that the shuttle would launch once a week because the shuttle needs about a month to turn around, right? So if it takes a month to turn around, there's 4 weeks in a month, right? You get 1 shuttle launch every month with the same 4 orbiters. And every orbiter flies 4 missions a year. That's actually pretty reasonable. That's not too bad at all. Well, not 4, 12, excuse me. Math. Even 12 for an orbiter, that's pretty good, man. How much is a launch tower compared to a shuttle? What? But what if one leg fails? You can't land. But with towers, you can have multiple towers. If one fails, just use a different one. Why would a leg fail, Thomas? Like, out of all the things, the things you see wrong with that, you go to, well, what if the leg fails? That, don't think about it. Don't think about it like Falcon 9s. First of all, how many Falcon 9 legs fail? They literally never. The last leg failure that I can think of was Jason 3 in 2016. That was 7 years ago. Second of all, that's a little bit far-fetched for, like, oh, this is the thing that's going to cause Starship to fail. Like, oh, if one landing leg falls over, you're screwed. Basically what you're saying is like, oh, well, what if a landing gear fails on a 737 when it goes to land? Like, I mean, landing gear really don't fail. Pretty much everything else will fail on the thing before the landing gear does, because the landing gear needs to be the strongest because it needs to hold up the entire plane, right? Like, you know, like, I understand what you're saying, but, I mean, so, Tomas, let's entertain your idea, dude. Say a Starship comes back down, and they have another one teed up and launch it, right? And it comes back down, and the landing leg fails, it tips over and blows up. Just land on another landing pad. All a Starship needs, technically, is just something to home in on, a beacon to home in on, and just a flat surface, right? Like, okay. Have multiple landing pads. Which, once again, makes a ton of sense when you think about, you know, not catching Starship. Now you have multiple pads, like multiple runways. And if you're going to build multiple pads to be able to receive and launch Starships in kind of a staggered cadence like that, you might as well use Falcon 9 to land at the same landing site. Which, once again, that makes perfect sense why SpaceX kind of just let their lease lapse on Complex 13. Makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, Pop-Tart, I don't mean to bring that up like that. But anyway, let's read the last page of this. Towers 2 giant robotic arms lift and stack Starship onto Super Heavy for final integration ahead of flight. Following liftoff, after the two stages separate in flight, Super Heavy will return to the launch site. Reignite its engines to slow the vehicle down, and the tower's arms will catch the rocket booster before restacking it on the mount for its next flight. Yeah, Scav, somebody pointed that out. That's a good point. Yeah, there you go, Aqualix. That's right. Building a more exciting future. In tandem with ongoing Starship development and testing, the construction of a star factory is underway at Starbase with the goal of producing and launching multiple Starships every week. See what I mean? Yeah. Starbase directly employs more than 1,800 employees, making it the largest employer in the area, and economic activity generated by SpaceX supports thousands more jobs in Cameron County and the RGV. Yep. Okay, legs have a low fail chance, but I hope they try to catch Starship once. Yeah, Tomas, that would be really cool. I mean, if you think about, like, SpaceX trying to do oil rig, like if they make oil rig pads, which as far as I know, that project is kind of scrapped right now. I think SpaceX is selling those 2 oil rigs that they bought, but I digress. If you're going to do that type of architecture, like launching and landing off of an oil rig, then yes, you are going to need to catch it. Or land it right, like, I mean, there's not a lot of real estate on an oil rig for something that as big as Starship. I mean, oil rigs are big to us, but they ain't big to Starship, so. So check the Starship thing for new renders. Okay, Starship. The 2 rigs are already gone. Yep. Oh, yeah. Nice new render. I firmly believe that yeah, Buck, that's it. I firmly believe that they bought the oil rigs to, you know, obviously to make, like, floating launch pads. But I really think the big thing is they bought it and recycled a bunch of the components off of an oil rig into the catch arms. I'm pretty damn sure that's what they did. Because remember the scrap metal that they used? The metal that they used to make the catch arms at Boca Chica? It was all painted yellow. Why was it painted yellow? If you were buying new stock, it wouldn't be painted yellow. If you're buying fresh steel from the steel mill, right? Or from like a steel provider, it would be rust colored. They don't paint it. They let it rust on purpose to protect it. But it wasn't. It was painted yellow and orange. Dude, they took an oil rig and they parted it out to make the catch tower. Or make the catch arms. I'm pretty damn sure. The drawwork system to raise and lower the arms is from the rig as well. Bingo. Yeah, I know, Sirius. It's kind of strange. Who goes, I'm going to buy an old oil rig? Yeah. Nice render, a Raptor. Has there been anything about the payload section of Starship? No, nothing yet. Savvy, my opinion hasn't changed about shuttle-style payload bay doors. Having the chomper fairing thing doesn't make any sense to me, but nothing, Moguni. We're just talking about Starship, and we were reading the new dev notes. New dev notes are cool. Yeah, Investigator. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Nice render. It's cool, man. Very cool. Big chomper can't really happen anyway since the header tanks are in the way. I'm telling you, this is going to end up more and more like the space shuttle, Thomas. Like, that opinion still hasn't changed. And I've been low-key following it in the background while we've been playing a lot of Kerbal. It's not going to change. Any updates on what Chris G is doing at SpaceX? So on his Twitter, it says internal communications at SpaceX. What's internal? I don't know what internal communications is. Maybe like the company newsletter or something. I have no idea. You know, like So HR is not internal communications, Creeper. No, those are not the same thing at all. Also, for the people wondering about the points used for caching, yep. He's a people person. Yeah, he takes the spec from the customers and brings it to the software engineers. I mean, he communicates internally. He walks around talking to himself. Yeah, does internal communications that mean that's what, you talk to yourself? I mean, I do that. Am I internal communications at the EJSA? Huh. You are everything. So yes, this is the new render from SpaceX. Let me see. That's cool, man. That's really cool. Man, that thing's gonna be cool. That thing's gonna be freaking sick when it goes, man. Looks like some sim went into it. Yeah, maybe. In fact, that is going to be hot. Yep. That reminds you of shuttle entry. Wrong planet. But yes. I really want them to get on putting air brakes and re-entry heating in KSP2 so I can just go ahead and put this on top of Triton and we can launch it into space. Yeah, yeah. Thoughts on S-24 surviving re-entry? Yeah, there you go, Aqualex. Yeah. Yeah. Erudite, do I think that Ship 24 is going to survive re-entry? No. No, I don't think so. It might. It's possible. I mean, it could. It could, dude. It could. It's a thing, but you know, the tiles on Ship 24 are not, they're not shimmed right, and you have to shim the tiles. Now, what does that mean? If you look at like a picture of Ship 24, some of the tiles aren't like perfectly spaced. They're kind of like this. Some of them are kind of like higher than the other. Like they're not all even and all level and all perfectly equidistant from each other. That's not good for hypersonics. That's a bad thing. Now, why? Why is that a bad thing? Well, when you're going through re-entry, the whole ship is going to thermally expand because it's hot. It's metal. Stainless steel does expand a little bit when it's hot. So the idea is that when it does expand, the tiles will expand a little bit as well. And those gaps in between, they're really important to get right because the tiles will expand into each other and make a solid surface. That's why shimming the shuttles on the tile was such a big deal. And that's why if the shuttle lost the tile, it was also a big deal. Like, don't get me wrong, they had lost tiles before. They lost tiles on STS-1, but it wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, it was something to be noted, right? But that's the reason why the level of the tiles and the gap between the tiles are so ridiculously important. They have to be shimmed perfectly, like to the thousandth of an inch or to the millimeter. It has to be right. Because if one is like a little bit higher than the other and they're like crooked, it'll expand into each other. And if the tiles expand into each other and they don't butt up against each other right, what it's going to do is they're going to try to overlap and they pop off. Also happened on the shuttle. Unless the tiles are meant to shift to the fit. Maybe, but with a mechanical adhesion, Aqualex, it's going to pop off, dude. It's like piston rings. They have a gap when they're cooled, but with explosions going on, they expand to close the gap. Bingo. Yep. Yeah, so if you go look at 24, some of the tiles are crooked. Some of them are like crooked like this. They're not placed like perfect. It has to be perfect. If it's not perfect, yeah, that tile will pop off. Will we be able to see it burn up? It'll be one heck of a fireworks show, Eukerman, if somebody has a camera on the water where it's supposed to come down. Yeah, it'll be one heck of a fireworks show. Yeah. Especially if it doesn't survive and the tanks blow. Because remember, it has fuel on board when going through re-entry. The shuttle dumped most of its fuel before it went through re-entry. The only fuel that it had on board was for the fuel cells. So the cryogenics for the fuel cells. And the RCS to be able to maneuver during re-entry. Starship's going to be carrying not a full tank of gas, but the header tanks are going to be full of fuel. Methane and liquid oxygen for the landing burn. So if it does crack during re-entry, it's going to make one heck of an explosion. Road and boat trip. There will be a WB-57. Yeah, we'll probably get shots of it when it happens. Is Booster 7 going to survive? I do believe that the plan for Booster 7 right now is to still land it. Try to propulsively land it out in the water near Texas. Do you think we'll have a good video feed during re-entry? Yeah, Starship has Starlink on it. Yeah, we should. We should be able to, guys. Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. They released a PDF hired with kind of their updated stated goals. So yeah, I covered that before we jump into KSP. I also did discuss the patch notes, Fish. Yeah, there's not much, dude. They showed some multiplayer, and they showed off some multiplayer, and they delayed the challenge. So what I had planned today is kind of out the window. Oops. There's also a chance that with a large enough vent, boiling propellants can keep the skin cool enough to maintain strength. Wasn't there something special about this alloy's strength at temperature extremes? Stainless steel gets really strong when it's cold. It gets stronger when it's cold. But not the whole thing of Starship is not fuel tank. Only parts of it are. And the fuel tanks that will be full during re-entry Octolex will be the header tanks inside. There's smaller fuel tanks inside of a bigger fuel tank. And the idea is that you could, when you're coasting through space, you could basically vacuum insulate your landing your landing fuel tanks because they're inside of a fuel tank. So if you purge out your big fuel tank and you only have the landing fuel tank inside, it's a vacuum insulator. So it'll stay freaking cold. And it's also a sun shield. It's actually really smart. It's a really smart way of doing that. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe. Like a big thermos. Yeah, it's literally this. Only the vacuum part can be filled with fuel as well. It's like I said, Starship's really smart, man. It's a really smart way to do that. Bleak, they actually talked about here. Let me go back over to the dev notes because that's what the stream title is, dudes. Nate actually talked about something like that in here. As we continue stabilizing and improving performance, we're also making progress on re-entry heating, new parts, and science mode. So science mode is on the horizon, dudes, which is good, which means we got a bunch of science parts so I can use them in ways that they weren't intended. Good times. And just to highlight that other bigger systems are always being worked on in parallel, here's some footage of the QA team goofing off in multiplayer. Yeah, and then they posted some pictures of the Duna challenge. And like I said, they delayed this weekly challenge. There were some technical difficulties getting the weekly challenge put together, but we hope to be able to get something posted over the weekend. We regret the delay. I was kind of planning Kerbal content today around that. So, I got that going for me, which is nice. That also, just on a side note, lends credence that the weekly challenges aren't random. They're there for a reason. There's lore behind it. If I had to guess, that's just a guess, but they're definitely not random. That's for sure. You're off this weekend. Yeah, Sim, except for GTA Racing. GTA Racing is going to be at 10 p.m. on Saturday, so 10 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah, I don't necessarily like taking 2 days off in a row, dudes, but it helps me reset. Definitely helps me reset, and more importantly, it turns out that owning a house requires upkeep, and if you don't keep track of it, if you don't stay on top of the upkeep, bad things happen. So, like, on the weekends, honestly, what I'm doing, like, usually Sunday I go and hang around with my family because family. So Saturday is like doing all the chores around the house, keeping the house clean, doing all the laundry, taking out the trash, doing all the dishes, like stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, I do dishes during the week and I do laundry during the week. I've had to do a lot of laundry this week because I keep wrecking pairs of jeans fixing the truck. But family. Sorry, fun fans. But that's having Saturday, Sunday off is huge. But I still do GTA racing. Just so this 6 day a week schedule is, or we'll say 5.5, right? This 5.5 day week schedule it's really working for me. But I fully acknowledge that it's not the best for retaining viewers. Taking 2 days off is not good for the stream. You got to being here is the biggest thing, but yeah. You still doing sim racing? Bleak, sim racing is on hiatus for now. I have way too much on my plate. Way too much. There was some dudes. Oh, I wish I could tell you. when the time is right, dude, there's another crazy thing going down. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not as nuts as, like, me going to Amsterdam. I'm not going to show up on the other side of the world this time around. But when the news comes out with what I've been told, you guys are going to freaking lose your mind. Dude, some pretty awesome opportunities have been put forth in front of me. The Falcon 9 tomorrow. I'll see if I can be around 14, man. I gotta ask Bree. GTA 6? No. You're going to space? Nah. I'm going to Detroit. No, not this time. We get it. You're flying down to Florida in 5 minutes for the Freedom 500. You know, Spoon, if they needed somebody and they knew who I was, I would definitely do it. I'd go do it. Sure. Absolutely. Hey, Will, what's going on? You called her Brie, like the cheese. Her name is Brimo Ukerman. Brimo. Brimo. Short? Okay. You're being sent to Brazil. What? Going to jail confirmed. Interview with Elon? No. Going to Mars? I don't think so. Going to Disneyland. Another escape room? Nah, nothing like that. That sucks that project didn't go through. But, yeah, dude, there's some... Like I always say, I'm working on background projects. Guys, I always have stuff cooking up in the background. And some of them... One of them came to fruition, and that was the Amsterdam trip. I was planning that whole thing. You know, how I'm going to do that, etc., etc. If you're going to Pima, tell you. No, not going to Pima. It's not any VFTs, Pythos. Did you ever complete that project in Detroit? There was no Detroit project. That was a smokescreen snib. But yeah, there's recently another project that I kind of took on because, yeah. So I haven't been doing sim racing, guys, and it's not because I don't want to. It's because, trust me, I'll tell you guys when the time is right. But there's a very, very, very good reason why I haven't been doing Friday Night Racing, and when you hear it, like you'll see what I'm talking about. I have a feeling if EJ were taking flying lessons, I would know it already. I am not taking flying lessons, Shattermage. However, there is a municipal airport that's like 15 minutes from my house. So, I mean, if you want to fly up here on your day off, we could go for a spin. I'll pay for the gas. Just saying. If we wanted to do that. Just saying. EJ bought a crappy Miata and is racing in lemons. No. Interview with Bill Nelson? No, I don't think that's what it is. You're doing a collab with Jimmy Broadbent? No, I'm not working on any car opportunity. The only car project that I'm working on right now is that one. Scott Manley co-flight when? Dude, I'd fly with Scott. As long as he said fly safe before we started flying, then I'd be... yeah, okay. You're learning to knit. I already know how to do that. I'm just kidding. I have no idea how to do that. But you were like, what? I had you for a second. I mean, I don't know any heart surgeons that like to hang out in the OR on their days off. Just say it. Damn, dude. I watch streams in my spare time, Shatter. Now what? Route 155? Maybe. Project like that might be in the works. I kid. I know, man. I know. It's all good. Master Chief interview? No, I'm not interviewing Steve Downs. No. You're doing an interview with Dr. Z. No, I don't need to do an interview. I don't need to do an interview with Dr. Z because I could just sit here and, literally regurgitate anything that guy has to say. Because he's a very smart man. He's very, very smart. Route 154 to Texas. No, I want to do that, but I'm not working on that right now. He's just selling all of his turds to buy an actual good car. Will you be the main character in Top Gun 3? Okay, let's stop. Okay, that's enough. You're finally launching your Rent-a-Zoidberg side project. Oh, yes. You should make your auto streams Route 154 as well. If there was something that I didn't want to tell you guys about, that I couldn't tell you guys about, why would I even hint at it if you even guess the answer? I'm going to Detroit, okay? What's this? Play. Oh yeah, we've seen this already, I think. This isn't a new animation. Because you did it with KSP too. To be fair, no one guessed that. No one got even close. Yeah, no one got even close. Yeah. I don't think I saw anyone get close to what I'm working on, guys. I'm telling you, this one's out of left field. You guys are not, like... Yeah, this one's out of left field. You're gonna... Yeah, it's a little bit on the random side, but you're gonna be like, huh? Okay. EJ somehow got the spot in Trackhouse's Project 91. Oh, I wish, man. That would have been sick. There's a 20-minute OFT animation coming out at 7 made by community artists. Cool. Were you hoping to be able to use Triton for the weekly challenge this week? Yeah, Farron, I wanted to, and then they delayed the weekly challenge, so I'm just kind of sitting here going... as if planning rocket science content every day wasn't hard enough. Also, we got S24 rolled to the pad. Window to move opens at 1 a.m. Eastern. Cool. EJ is testing the new CS2 map. Oh, serious. I want to play Counter-Strike 2 when that comes out. I'm not even kidding. I'm going to do it. And it's not going to be during the day. It's going to be at night, and I'm just going to get it out of my system because I know I want to play it. Another VFT. Maybe. It could lead to VFTs in the future at places. That's all I'm saying. Black Soup. I can or can't say. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'll note, no challenge was not on my you can't use Juno bingo card. Are we preparing the transfer vehicle for the challenge we get? Triton's ready to go, Drac. It just needs a mission. I already visited you, Sirius. I just flew right over, though, and I didn't say hi, and I just kept going. What was the Twitter account that you showed us with the mock-up spacecraft and stations? That was Mac Ribs. Hey, Alex. What dev notes are you reading? The one for KSP? Yeah, the one for KSP 2. Nate had a dev post today where he answered a couple more AMA questions, and they showed off some multiplayer, and then they showed off the challenge pictures too, which is pretty cool. Oh, nice, Yorkshire. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. Screw you. No, screw you. Yeah, that's it, Thomas. Voyager 212. In all honesty, how do you think you'd do in Project 91? Okay, so... Okay, so first of all, I am not a good race car driver. I have learned that from doing a lot of sim racing. I am not a good race car driver. Okay. Now that we have that out of the way, you got to refresh my memory on what Project 91 is. That's the Trackhouse car for other racing celebs, i.e. Kimmy at Coda. Ah, yeah. Okay, that's the Trackhouse car that he drove at Coda. Yeah. Kimmy at the Glen last year, Vulcan. I remember that. He was in the top 10, and he was doing really well, and then he got chastained in the frickin' bus stop. Oops. Nice day. What's your favorite color? Matte, metallic, or gloss? I like NASA blue, Gothsar. Yeah, NASA blue. Yeah, that's what Project. I'd do it if Trackhouse wanted me to drive for them. I'd do it, and I'd do it. I'm not that good. I'd be like, nah, get Scary or something. Get Scary to do it, man. He's better than me. I'm surprised it's not external tank orange. Yeah. Ford blue and NASA blue are very close to each other, Sirius, so it's basically like this blue. That blue is a little too light. It's just a little bit darker than that one. Why wasn't the Saturn V just a huge on USA flag with the booster? Painting something that gets really cold erudite is really difficult because the paint freezes off when you load it with cryogenic propellants. With that being said, Saturn V was painted white mostly for thermals. Same exact reason. White reflects light. Black absorbs light. Same thing if you wear a dark shirt on a hot summer day. It gets really stuffy. The reason... So I know what the next question is. The next question is, well, why does Saturn V have black stripes on it then? It's for instrumentation. Because if you have a perfect cylinder and that cylinder is trying to do a roll program, for instance, how can you tell? Except markings on the side. How can you tell the way the vehicle is flying when it does a roll or a pitch program? That's why they painted them with checkerboards and stuff. Fun fact, Artemis 1 has checkerboards all over it. Well, people noticed. Like they're just little markers though. They didn't paint the whole damn vehicle. Any tips on removing surface scratches from the windshield? From windshields? Oh, no, I don't do glass, Grobe. Sorry, man. Have you seen Project 401? Very awesome recreation of the Titanic, which has a demo available to walk around half of the ship right now. No, that's cool, though. Have you ever done any minimal payload mass time trial challenge, like getting a probe core to the moon SOI and landing back at KSC with the lowest possible met time? I don't generally like speed running KSP Farron. But yeah, I mean I can do it, but yeah, I generally don't like it. I don't have fun doing stuff like that. The min-miss challenge is a good example of why, because if you're speed running, it just usually is going to end in explosions. Your stepdaughter was a bit forceful removing some of the snow from the windshield. Seems like they were mostly surface scratches. I mean, you could try wet sanding it, Krobe, but that's a bit of advice from somebody who has no idea what they're talking about. So just Take that into account. All right. Well, let's load up KSB and we'll go from there. Hey, Jim. We have not explored all the planets. I've been to Duna. We've been to Ike. I've been to Eve. Haven't landed on it. Moon and Minmus. I haven't gone to Moho. I have not gone to Drez. I haven't gone near Jewel. And I haven't gone near Elu. Time to land on Eve, then. Can we try some Jewel Moons today? Oldie but a goodie. Jeez, look at that thing. All right. Yeah, so we figured out that with the docking ports kind of docked together, dude, it's... With how the docking ports get docked together, there's real no way... I mean, these these things definitely do it, right? Like, our guide system will definitely work, but, yeah, it's a lot of parts to do it. It's a lot of parts to make it happen. But we could definitely make that happen. So, yeah. Once again, guys, I tried to time it so Triton would be ready for the weekly challenge, and they delayed the weekly challenge. So, yeah, I don't know. Triton's good to go. It's a great rocket. It's really, really, really good. We can move about 300 tons. And, you know, when patch 2 comes out, I'd say 200 tons and be able to boost back the first stage. Easily. The dev notes aren't the patch notes, Hibbit, although they did talk about some things in them. I haven't seen this new vehicle. Can we see it launch? Oh, you want to see Triton launch? Yeah, sure. Sure, man. Yeah, let's do it. I've seen the arches on the moon, Drac. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, ready? Okay, so this is Triton. Triton is a super heavy launch vehicle, and once again, I had this thing developed, Max, basically for whatever challenge was going to come at us. Triton can lift anything. It's 300-ton payload capacity, dude. It's quite big. Shut the damn control surfaces off, and it kind of screwed my trajectory a little bit. I'm going to turn the control surfaces back on to get this thing realigned. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's really bad. We are not going to survive this one. not survive this. Where are the droidicas? Yeah, I didn't disable the control surfaces. The steering control surfaces for landing the first stage were activated, and they basically made me fly in this direction. And now that it's flying in this direction, it doesn't want to fly in any other direction. So we'll just kind of roll with it and see where it takes us. Can you make a starship for the top of this rocket? Of course I could. We don't have the control surfaces. We don't have the control surfaces that work like this. Like this. Not like this. Yeah, it doesn't want to fly today. It's just being stubborn. Yeah, is the arrow taking it, Hildis? I think that would be... That's a... Yeah, yes, I think it is. I think that has something to do with it. I mean, I don't know what gave it away. I've seen the slow-mo Foz. It's pretty cool. Can you give me the short version of the dev notes? Nate answered some questions on the AMA. Patch 2 is coming in at the very least 2 weeks. And they teased multiplayer and re-entry heating on the horizon. Might work. Who knows? Let's just fly it this way, see what happens. We RTLSing. With those control surfaces activated up front, it basically moves the center of pressure too far forward on the vehicle, and it basically flies. It wants to fly anywhere but straight because that's what canards do. Because canards are stupid. Shame my laptop can't handle the game. The game explodes when I'm loading, creating a career. Career or carrier, Valex? Because if your computer isn't powerful enough to handle the UI in the starting screens, how old is your computer? Because I guarantee you that sounds like drivers or something, dude. Career, sorry, yeah. Cartgrill, I do not like the contrails coming off the control surfaces. I think that looks ridiculous. We're not full stage. We're not reusing the stage right now, so I probably should just take the stupid control surfaces off. But yeah, if we were trying to recover it, we would leave some fuel in the first stage. We'd probably leave about as much fuel as we have right now. We're way too low for staging, but we'll do it anyway. We're probably gonna flip out of control when we go to stage. Any idea who would you do multiplayer with? It really depends on how multiplayer works, Psychonax. Try the second stage. Have any abort windows before main engine cutoff? Can those four rhinos pull away? I guess they could. Not Farron, this is a uncrewed cargo lifter. I wouldn't put people on this, so there's no real need for an abort system. What are those side engines for? Those are the ullage motors to get it to separate, Stormy, because you need two small freaking SRBs to get the first stage and the second stage away from each other, dude. Triton is a 10-meter core. 10 meter. It's big. Those are Rhino motors. Those are some of the biggest engines in the game. And there's 5 of them. How would you modify Triton if you were to make it crew capable? I don't know, Farron. I didn't really pay it any mind because it wasn't supposed to be that way in the first place. I mean, Farron, like, if we're gonna discuss this like that, I mean, the first thing I would do is make sure the damn thing flies correctly before I put anybody on it, you know? Not that. But yeah, for whatever reason, when I go to do the roll program, it wants to spin out of control. And it might be because of the control surfaces, it might not be, I'm not sure. Go away! Thank you. It looks like it broke one of the batteries on separation. Physics. We talk about the biggest rockets put into space. What is the smallest, and what complications come from making a small rocket? I'm not sure what the smallest thing to reach orbit is, Keen. Are we talking about the smallest thing? Like, okay, are we talking about the smallest thing to reach space? Because, yeah, there's high-powered rockets that can reach space, and their payloads are maybe like the size of a golf ball or something. But reaching space and reaching orbit is two different things. The smallest rocket I know that I can think of off the top of my head that has reached orbit is probably something like Astra's rocket, believe it or not. Or maybe an ICBM. A manhole cover. Well, a manhole cover isn't a rocket last time I checked, fellas. The smallest thing to reach space is a manhole cover. Yeah, look at the question again, boys. Core space, is it Momo? Momo is very small. It's very tiny for an orbital rocket. The manhole cover thing is a hoax? It's not a hoax. No. No, the manhole cover shot off, but they don't know if it got into space. It most likely burned up on the way up because it was going so fast. Yeah, that's right. It re-entered trying to leave Earth's atmosphere. Momo is a sounding rocket. Okay. All right. Yep. It pre-entered. Yeah, Ian, there you go. Japan had the Lambda rocket for orbital launches. There you go. No, it was one of the HARP projectiles. Once again, you guys have a very loose definition of what a rocket is. Yeah. So I've heard manhole cover and now a bullet. Yeah. And a gun. So those three things are in fact not rockets. Yep. You guys have a very interesting definition of that. Something is wrong here, other than us not being in space. Why is that tank empty? I have no idea, Jim. I don't know. I'm kind of over that conversation, dude. Well. Oh yeah, we were doing fuel calculations yesterday. That's why that thing didn't fly right. I was wondering, man. Wow. Despite all that, it still almost made it into space. Aside from the first stage flipping out like 3 or 4 times. That's actually pretty rad. Cool. Well, the other thing I'm going to do is lock out the stupid control surfaces. Yeah. Yeah, we'll lock out those so they don't activate on liftoff. Yeah, Farron, probably. Here, let's I just want to double check to be sure. So I'm going to give it another test launch here. But yeah, I want to build. Like I said, guys, I was planning on using Triton for basically the rocket that'll just thrash on all the challenges. But Let's see if it does the roll program right this time. Let there be light. I love the shadow effects off the terrain. That's so damn cool. No, Keen, they're gonna launch tomorrow. See that, guys? See how far our velocity is like deviated from where the ship's actually pointing? You know what that tells me? That tells me that my control point up here isn't right. Like the probe core is shifted and it's not perfectly centered or something. Which is interesting because that looks pretty damn centered to me. I'll have to check that inside of the SPH. Yeah, double scrub. Something's wrong with that Falcon 9. That says side slip to you. Okay. I mean, it could just be the rocket flying that way. I mean, it's possible. What's the TWR? It's 1.1 off of the pad. They change trajectories depending on the depending on the customer. More shots, yeah. Yeah, Max, if you're still here, this is how this thing is supposed to be flying. It doesn't have 33 engines. It has 9. 9 mammoth engines. She's got a lot of force behind that thing. Okay, we can pitch over again. Reminds you of the Astro Crab Walk. That is one of the most legendary launch failures, dude. That'll go down in history as some of the craziest things that come out of this era in spaceflight, which is cool. That and Firefly's rocket that spun around and then blew up, which is actually really cool. What do you think of the new Mammoth engine? Valix, since the first time I saw this engine, I wanted to basically make this rocket. I've been thinking about building Triton for a long time. Triton is a rocket designed from KSP-1, believe it or not. Vehicle is transonic. There you go, investigator. Nice. Hey, stuff takes time, dude. All you gotta do is be persistent. I think that's like one of the best things that I've learned, dude. Good stuff takes time. You don't need to get it all done at once. Nobody does that, dude. Like, that's something that took my brain a long time to figure out. So like like the stream, for instance, man. The stream took a long time to build this community that we have here. It takes time. It's not that any particular task is difficult, right? It has nothing to do with that. Some of them are tedious. And that's what I don't think, like, 20-year-old me ever understood. Am I smart enough to be a rocket scientist? Sure, absolutely. You gotta apply yourself, and you gotta be persistent. You gotta keep doing it. Now, 20-year-old me didn't want to do that. 24-year-old me kind of wanted to do that. 34-year-old me absolutely wants to do that, you know? Like, stuff takes time, dude. Okay, stand by for Miko. Agree, take it seriously. Yeah, you know, no sadly, just keep doing it. You'll get there eventually. Hey Rusty, what's up, man? I've seen you bring up a UI element before that shows pressure. F12 will bring up the arrow UI. Yep. Stand by for Miko. That's pretty cool. I say we turn Triton into an airplane. An airplane. What type of airplane we talking about here? Flyback booster? The second stage? Like, how? I mean, guys, I'm not against it, but I don't want to really make a re-entry vehicle right now because there's no re-entry heating. I don't want to sit here and design a reusable second stage for Triton and then, you know, get it like fully operational and then try to go back and modify it because it didn't make it through re-entry heating, you know? That fairing just wants to take that damn battery every time. Bye-bye. Yeah, it worked. Just took a couple of tries, that's all. Also, a thing that I love about KSP2 is how the moon is actually illuminated by the sun, which is pretty cool. You never heard of the crab launch, just watch it. Amazing, and nearly made it after that. That was one of the coolest things I've seen, Kaiser. I couldn't believe it. I saw it, dude, I saw it happen before it happened. Like, if you go and watch my reaction to it, like, I'm not one to be like, watch my reaction. It's not really reaction, dude. I saw it was gonna fail before it launched. I saw it right when they said liftoff, and I went, oh, you know? Going to see the Falcon Heavy launch on the 18th. What's the closest I can get to the side booster landing? Somewhere near Port Canaveral would be the closest Canadian. Clips around, Jim, yeah. Yeah, dude, we gotta do something with Triton, man. This rocket's too gnarly to not do anything with, but I don't know. We'll find something. Is that area near the landing zones? Canadian, wasn't that the original premise to your question? I'm confused. Yeah, of course it's near the landing zones. It's the closest you can get. Jetty Park or something. Yeah. Jetty Park, Ian, do they still, is SR 401 open? They closed that. They don't allow people near SR 401 anymore. Yeah, it's all good. Don't worry about it. No problem. What is a crab launch? So, Astra launched one time. And, they had an engine basically croak right at separation off the pad.
First motion. First motion.
I couldn't believe it, dude. I don't care what anybody says. That's damn cool. Like, it sucks that this mission failed, but damn, that's cool. Damn, that's cool. I don't care what anybody says. That's freaking awesome. Dude, it's so good. You found the clip? Here, watch. Here, this is me. This is my reaction to this.
1, ignition, 0. First motion. First motion.
Oh shit! Whoa! Baby, go! Yeah! Fly, you freaking piece of junk! Let's go! Yeah! Awesome! Go! Get up there! Go! Get up there! Yeah! Awesome! That's so sick! It made it! Yes! It was cool, man. It's, you freaking piece of junk. Let's go. Yeah. The Astra spokesperson. I guess the next one is Max Q. We've had an anomaly. Oh my god. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, is that it? That's it. Oh my goodness. Dude. So, okay, here's how I call launches, all right? Just in case anybody wonders. Like, I can see stuff. You could tell there's a lot. I mean, there's not a lot of information here, but there's enough to be able to figure out what's going on, okay? So, obviously you're not going to, I don't have the telemetry in front of me, but a really good way to make sure that a rocket is, like, you're not going to see, usually you're not going to see all the engines igniting, right? You're not going to see that. So I'm not looking there initially. I look for engine start, and then where I go is I look up here. I watch the umbilicals. Because you can always tell what direction a rocket is going by how the umbilicals separate. I use that as a reference frame. Every single rocket launch that we watch, I do that. I always look at the top of the rocket or look at the umbilical separation. Because there's a reason for this, all right? The reason is because umbilicals separate after liftoff. Think about it. Umbilicals separate after liftoff. On some rockets. On most rockets. Some rockets separate the umbilicals before they go to launch. Ariane 5 is a good example of that. Most rockets have the rocket leave the pad, and then as the rocket's leaving the pad, the umbilicals pop out. The reason why is because if you have a scrub and you detached your umbilicals first, you don't want to, it's a pain in the butt to go send somebody out there and reattach them. You look at stuff like the Space Shuttle, Saturn V, SLS, Falcon 9, they all separate the umbilicals after they leave the pad. When the rocket's already going up, after first motion as called here. That's why I watch them. That's really important. That's really important to understand. Oh, I'm quite beside myself right now. So that's how I knew that something went really wrong here, because I watched down here after engine ignition. I saw something pop, and then I looked up here and I watched the umbilicals. Watch how they separate. Yeah, that was a pretty good indicator that this launch wasn't going to go correctly. I knew pretty much... Here, watch my reaction. Yeah. Like... Right there. I see it and I'm like, that's not right. See, I noticed it. I looked up and went... Ooh! Oh, man. I'm like, what the frick just happened? So now I'm looking at it. You see, I start darting around. I'm like, I don't know what to do right now. And what I'm darting around and what I was looking at is the timer and this. And I noticed that the velocity says -2. Oh my goodness. -3. And then I noticed it and I'm like, no way! Oh boy. Even the Saturn V, I thought due to how rigid the umbilical arms were, they had to clear for first motion. You're getting umbilical arms confused with actual umbilicals, Aqualux. The umbilical separates and the arm moves out of the way after the rocket's going up. You can go watch the footage if you want. I mean, there's some rockets that separate umbilicals before, but you separate umbilicals after generally because you don't want to have to, if it scrubs, you don't want to have to go out there and reconnect the damn things. Second part about that is that if it scrubs, how do you get the fuel out of the rocket if the umbilical's separated? Yeah, that's not, you don't want that. You got some crazy weather by you right now. That's snow. I've got... What? You got some crazy weather right now. Holy... That's a tornado in Little Rock, Arkansas. Forge, I don't live anywhere near Arkansas. I'm about 2,000 kilometers away from Arkansas. That is a big tornado, though. You're in Arkansas where it hit. It's nutty here. Hey, Velvet, be safe. I'll keep you guys in my thoughts. Be safe. You don't. I mean, I'm some northerner, dude. You don't need to listen to me about this, but don't frick with a tornado. I watch Twister, man. Okay. Not about you, just the U.S. in general. We do that. Yeah, there's a lot of different biomes around here. But yeah, that Astro launch was awesome, man. That was one of my favorite launches to cover. I'm like, dude, that's a pretty damn good design considering, like, not many rockets are designed to slew away from the pad if something bad happens. Believe it or not, that slew out to the side, or not necessarily the slew out to the side, but the rocket being able to go up, even though 5 of the 6 main engines, or 4 out of the 5 main engines were working. The ability to do that was designed into the system. Yeah, which is pretty nuts. No, Hip. What happened with Astra was here. Let me go back. What happened with Astra is an engine, so an umbilical separated down at the bottom, and during separation, some of the propellant that when the umbilical popped out ended up like catching a heat source and blowing up basically the bottom of the rocket, and that initiated a shutdown of the engine that was closest to the umbilical. Watch down here. Right now. See that? You see that panel blow off right before the rocket leaves? Right here. See? When the umbilical separated, dude, it basically broke one of the engines. And so right after that pop, the flight sequencer shut down. It shut down that engine, the rocket's guidance system. It shut it off because it detected a problem, because it detected an explosion, basically. And that's when I noticed one of the umbilicals separated and the other three didn't. Or not the other three. That's the transporter arm. The other two umbilicals. See that? They didn't separate. That's when I noticed something was wrong, right? Right about here. See? Here, look. See, right there is when I saw that one umbilical separated and the other two stayed attached. I'm like, that's not good. I didn't really know what was going to happen after this, but what happened was, little did I know, it was one of the most legendary failures of all time. Update per the SpaceX launch per Lavi. This tweet does not exist. Okay. The investigation by Astra for this said that the fuel leak was a main cause. Some propellant from the umbilical, I mean, it may have been leaking. I don't really remember, Forge. But some propellant basically got where it couldn't, and it blew off the bottom of the rocket, and it shut off one of the computers. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. I don't necessarily think that Astra is doing a bad job. I think what they're trying to do is very, very difficult. Despite Rocket 3, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, despite those rockets being absurdly simple and basically a really tiny small sat launcher, right? What they're trying to do is very difficult. Astra is trying to use off-the-shelf components to build rockets. I.e., the fairings aren't some, carbon fiber aluminum thing. It's literally sheet metal over a metal frame. It's that simple. Like, they were trying to make an orbital launch vehicle that's super, super, super easy to produce. Basically something that you could go down to the hardware store, so to speak, and, not using any crazy exotic components. The thing is that, that's not a bad idea. Problem is that rockets use those exotic components for a very good reason. Inconel, aluminum, carbon fiber, titanium. That's all used for a very good reason. Not because you can't do it with other materials, but because it's literally more difficult to do that. So, despite Astra's rocket being very small and it doesn't seemingly look like much, what they were trying to do is actually pretty damn hard. Yeah, very difficult. Not Starship difficult, or like Space Shuttle difficult, but that's pretty tough. That's pretty hard to make rockets out of just garden variety materials that you'd find like at a hardware store. That's hard to do. Have you heard of the Orion battleship concept from the USAF? No. Said launch was pushed to Sunday with Monday as a backup. Yeah. Hey, Simcopter. What's up, man? Hey, how was Disney World, dude? Was it good? Dude, I've been Disneyland was great. It's your first time going. Hollywood is a blast too. Cool, man. Right on. Yeah, that's wicked, man. I've been following the Twitter, the saga on Twitter, which is cool. So yeah, that's Triton, guys. Triton's a good rocket. We can move 288 tons into space with it. I kind of want to see if we can build a bigger transfer vehicle with this. Yeah, Aqualex, there you go. Yeah. That's cool, Sim. Anyway, yeah, I'm working on... So I was working on this heavy lifter that I'm building right there, right? And that was just a test flight. And I was kind of waiting for the developers at KSP to release a new KSP challenge, but they didn't. So we're kind of just treading water here, so to speak. I got to figure out what I want to do. They delayed the weekly challenge. It should have been released a couple hours ago. They're like, yeah, sorry, we delayed it. It'll be over the weekend. I'm like, well, there goes my content for the day. But yeah, I'm working on my new Triton rocket. Triton is big, dude. Big. It's a big one. If Triton was real, if this was a real rocket, it would be 15 meters wide. So basically pushing 50 foot diameter, and it would be about 110 meters tall, so about 350 feet tall. Yeah, big, a big rocket. This is kind of, it's somewhere on the scale with Saturn Nova. Nova was an unbuilt Saturn rocket that was supposed to be bigger than the Saturn V. That's it on the right. Yeah. So, like, there's a Saturn 1B. There's the Saturn V. And this is Nova. If that's about the size of Triton. Triton is about this size scaled. It's obviously scaled. Kerbal uses 60% scale to its real-life counterparts. So, it's, yeah, that's it right there. Yeah, we're talking a 15 meter core diameter, so 50 feet, and about, give or take, about 70 meters tall. That's about the size of Triton, but it would be this diameter all the way up. What's up, DIA? How you doing? So yeah, that's what I'm working on right now, and I was waiting for a new challenge because I abstained from one because I went to Duna already. That last week's challenge was go to Duna, basically, right? And then Nate in the dev notes today was, we've had some minor technical difficulties getting the weekly challenge put together, but we hope to be able to get something posted over the weekend. We regret the delay. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. So I was thinking maybe it'd be cool to build, I already have this image open. It would be cool to build something, maybe Neptune can build something like that. It's Garthy. Yeah, she's got a little bit of Garth. What was your first official Triton payload going to be? Whatever the challenge would have been, Schuler. That's what I was planning, but now I'm kind of thinking, dude. I'm thinking what I want to do. Like, basically, aka the challenge they had in -2 is impossible, too difficult because of bugs. Well, Tara, I'm not going to say that might not be a thing, right? But also at the same time, I'm pretty, like, I'm not disagreeing. You're probably right, but just on a side note, I'm fairly confident that the weekly challenges are syndicated, meaning that there's lore behind the weekly challenges. Like, they're leading you to areas that have clues about what might be coming in the game, or some lore behind, like, the story behind Kerbals and whatnot. You want to play Cities? I do want to play Cities, Devils, but I also said I would play Kerbal. So, yeah. Marine notices also confirmed the push to the SpaceX launch. Okay. Make a large X-37. I don't want to make any re-entry vehicles, Animal. Yeah. Airborne, just go to a hobby shop. You're asking me where to buy model rocket motors? Just go to a hobby shop. There's got to be a hobby shop around you, where they sell, like, RC cars and model trains and stuff. Anyway. Yeah. Can we build a helicopter? Nah. I did have an idea for how to do some of this stuff, though. It might be strange. Just don't do a ring if it's too much of a pain. Yeah. What about designing something similar to the ascent vehicle from The Martian? A robotic ascent plus return that you can ship to and land on Duna that has the Delta V to return to Kerbin? Yeah, the Martian ascent vehicle. That thing's cool, but I'll tell you. I didn't spell Constellation right. I always like the Mars ascent vehicle from the Constellation program, dudes. That's an actual design for an MAV, Farron. See that thing? Yeah, it's a Mars SSTO that basically has a Orion with no heat shield on it. And then, you know, this horizontal thingamabobber is a vertical lander that could land the thing down on the surface. We could always do that. Yeah, it's basically a launch pad. You have a descent and an ascent module. Also notice that there's a rover packed in the back there. Could the MAV have been reused? I don't think there was any initial fuelability for it, but yeah. This thing is so cool, Farron, because this thing launches on Ares 5 inside of a fairing. Like, when it launches on the rocket, the MAV would be sideways. What is that random fifth engine on the right side? That's one of the landing engines. This render is kind of strange, because there should be another engine over here. Katra, there should be 4 of them at each corner by the legs in this design. Yeah, it's kind of weird that there isn't. The Constellation architecture was so damn good, dude. It's stupid. It's Kerbal? That's KSP? That's not KSP. It is. Is it? No. No, it can't be. That's freaking Kerbal, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, that's right. It is, dude. Look at the texture right there. I thought this was just a render from NASA. That's KSP. That's awesome. Love it. Freaking love it, dude. So yeah, actually, you know what, man? You know what, dude? That's actually, I'm kind of hype on this, Farron. You know, that's kind of cool. What if we made, like, exploration architecture that's kind of based off of Constellation, but kind of not? I'm talking, like, everything that Constellation can do, but in a 10-meter package instead of a 5-meter package in-game. Is it live or Kraken X? Huh? Send that bad boy to Duna right now and get your badge. I'm talking about making like a 10-meter variant of this. So this would be like... It would be like Big Chungus Constellation. Big Chungus. Big Chungus. No? Constellation Tubuku. Tubuku. Now, what the hell? Thank you, EJ. Very cool. Davai. Pashli? Okay. Alright, well, if we're gonna do this, well, alright, let's go. Let's roll with it. We need to do this dual-axis lander. Yeah, I don't mind working on this, dude. Screw it. We can always mess with this in the background if we try to abstain from another challenge. What did the max payload end up being? Gee, this thing can... in expendable, it can do 300. It'll do 300 tons. Yeah. You could do 350 if you had some kind of service module or third stage for it. You could do 350. Yeah, I'd say that's like the upper maximum of it. Because you use the new big landing legs, they look sweet. Too buku is Vietnamese for too big. Yeah, I know. I learned that from Full Metal Jacket, which is a great flick. I name dropped your channel to NASA. Houston and the marketing team may get in touch with you, especially since you utilize KSP. I showed him your Mars transfer vehicle and the guy's jaw dropped. Which transfer vehicle? Which one? I've built 3 of them in KSP2 thus far. What? You went over my helmet? Not over, sir. Well, more to the side. It'll never happen again. Never, ever. Oh, shoot. No. Please, not that. Yes, that. The one you initially made? So the one that looks like this, the one that looks like Copernicus? Cool. That's cool, man. I'm happy the guy thought it was cool. Bro, they use it to teach. It's so awesome. What? Teaching? In my stream? Okay, so, you know what? The first thing that we're going to do is... Well, the first thing that we need to do is build big Altair. Yeah, big lander. Big lander. We got to build a gigantic lander for the moon, right? So, wait, we need to make a 10-meter variant of Altair. Altair is 10 meters in real life, so that means we need to make a 15-meter variant of Altair. Okay. That lander's not gonna be small. All right, you guys said you want me to utilize the landing legs, so here, let's save Triton where it is, right there like that, and let's go to a... that's the load button, moron. There we go. All right. How are things going? Things are going well. How about you? Big out there. Big GIF. Big out there. Land me, please. Okay, there we go. Other way, 10 meter would be in game. I know. Alright, so we're going to need a 10 meter part for scale here, just so we can get this right. So we'll use the balls. Alright, so we need to build a lander, and that's our diameter. Just use the ball as fuel? I had some ideas, 95, but yeah, I don't want to use the ball as fuel. No, I don't want to use the ball as fuel. Balls are good for storing fuel, okay? They're not really good for, you know, building a lander. Alright, so... You know what? Let's go bananas with this. Why not? Screw it. We'll go bananas with it. Let's use, let's get a nuclear descent engine. Because I believe... Actually, no. Altair had one motor. Yeah, see, balls are not needed for landing. Balls are needed for ascent. It's different. I mean, could we swerve this thing? That would make a great big lander. I mean, worst case scenario, I could literally build like a truss structure down here and build landing legs and make that the lander. That would fit. It would work. And it has 20,000 delta V. That's too easy, man. That's too easy. Screw that. I don't want to do that. That's too easy. So stupid. Worst case Ontario. Yes. Yeah. Yep. All right. I'm not doing that. So if we want to... We could build build around the swerve for the lander. I think that's a good idea. So, how about we get a 375 tube? This guy bought a 375 tube! I have to tell you what the frick you can do with a 375 tube? So up here at the top of the tube, we'll put the lander deck. We'll make the lander deck there. Here, we could, I mean, we have 10-meter diameters, so. What did that just do? Yeah. All right. I'm not going to be attaching anything to the bottom of the engine, so we'll use the ball as our guide piece. You know what? We'll make it yellow. Yellow balls. All right. So, let me see those big boy landing legs. How big are the big boy landing legs? Oh. Look at those. Wow. All right. Yeah, that's plenty big. Make it blue. I'm not doing that. Mount the engine high up in there. There we go. And then... that'll work. All right. Okay, hold on. Hold my ball. I think a truss adapter would probably be a better piece for what we're trying to do. Yeah, so start with that. Put that on there. Go like this. Move that back into the centered position. And, yeah, this... And then gizmo the engine basically up to the top position like this. And make it look like there's a truss structure kind of holding this thing in place. And then get our chunky hydrogen tanks. I'm going to attach the hydrogen tanks to the top of this adapter first so I know that they're perfectly straight if I move them in a 90-degree increment. And then we'll make these up, we'll put these up at the top, and then we can move this in like this, right? And if I move the tanks so the top of the truss structure of the tank is perfectly aligned with the, basically the landing deck right here, it just leaves the nozzles sticking out the bottom. So that's good. We can do something like that. Now I got to figure out the truss structure that I'm going to put around this thing and how we're going to do that. Because I need something structural to attach to. Not a lot of space for gimbaling. Well, the gimbal pivot point is like over here, so I mean, we could always, I mean, we have space on the top axis 95, so we can do, we could get away with something like that. We have a lot of breathing room here. So now what we'll do, yes. All right, give me the cube. Yes. Yeah, that's good. Nice. Ballsy move. Is it though? It is. It is. It is. Yep. Is the ball for scale? The ball is my fairing diameter, Drac. Yeah. That's the diameter for the fairing, so I can use it. I can build the lander in a separate file here. And, yeah, go from there. Yeah, now we need these cross brace struts, and then we need another tank right there. I don't want the tanks carrying the structural load, so what I'll do is we'll build the truss segments first. We'll build the... That's not what I want at all. Okay, cool. We'll save that for a little bit later. I'm just gonna move this up like that. That should be good. What are we doing today? Brian, I'm working on a lander for Triton. I kind of wanted to do the challenge today, but they delayed releasing the challenge for KSP. So, you know, chat, I was talking with chat, and basically what I'm going to do with Triton is that we have a 10-meter fairing, and we basically launch anything that we can fit into that 10-meter fairing into space. So I'm thinking do a scaled-up version of Constellation, a much bigger version of the vehicles that I've made in the past, and basically give me the architecture to go anywhere I want. Right now, what I'm doing is working on a lander. We'll test said lander out on the moon initially, and then, yeah, we'll take it to other places. Just like Constellation was supposed to test Altair, the Altair lander. Yeah, that's gonna look freaking sick. Alright, so we don't need that much height clearance, believe it or not. It needs to be something like that. That's actually freaking cool. Put the landing legs offset 45 degrees. Don't tell me what to do, you dingleberry. I'm gonna do it 95. Yeah. Is that the amount of height clearance that we actually want, though? Like, I mean, this thing, you don't want the landing legs to be too high. If they were down here, this thing would be way up off the ground. And high center of gravity on your vehicle in a low gravity environment means rollover. Just look at us when we tried to do the Minmus challenge. Don't land, aren't does landing legs that were bug or are they fixed? Aren't does landing legs that were bug or are they fixed? I'm pretty sure they still bug out a little bit, Ryan. I mean, we could always go with a different solution. These landing legs are cool, but there are alternatives. We could make our own landing legs. Here. What's this? Human exploration Mars. I don't really need something like this right now, but alright. Where are the pictures? I want the pictures. It's 598 pages, man. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Oh, there's your home and transfer. Neat. I saw videos where they deployed those landing legs and the craft would explode. Like I said, we could always do a different thing there. Control F will be your friend. Envy. Don't do that. Don't. Yeah, I basically upscaling everything class, yeah. I'm kind of looking at various past Mars and lunar lander designs, and I'm going to scale them up to fit with Triton's scale. So we could basically, you know, I figure, like, they didn't release the challenge, dude, right? Like, if they release the challenge, we'll keep going with it. We'll build everything. Yeah, use Lithium. Yep. I told you the devs care. I mean, was I right? Was I in the ballpark? I think I got that pretty close to being correct, dude. So I might just, you know, build out the rest of the Triton architecture, you know. This thing has 5,900, and what's its TWR? 0.5. I dare say you were on the money. Thanks, man. Yeah, okay. Dude, we could even launch that right there. Now, I was thinking we could go for a Kraken Tech design, but also I'm not like... I could make Kraken Tech landing legs, but the Kraken Tech landing legs won't auto strut. So how do we get, if we made our own type of deployable landing leg, how would we get them to, how would they stay rigid? Do normal landing legs still auto strut? I don't know. We'd have to do some type of logic test here. So here, let's I can do that real quick. We'll do that with our lander test here. So let me do something like this, right? Put that docking port down here like that. Just for now. This is just a test of the emergency broadcast system. Had this been an actual test, instructions would have followed. Huh? Sorry. Alright, so what I'll do is we'll put a decoupler right here, and I'll see, first of all, we'll see how snap docking fares in this scenario, right? And second of all, we'll see structurally if it bends. So, not will it blend. Will it bend? Differences, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this on a decoupler, right? And then I'll copy the docking port. And we'll turn the docking port there, and we'll line up said port like that. Actually, let's give me something that I know is gonna flop around. So let's Alright, let me put a probe core on it. Marvin, I need you for a second here, pal. I'm just putting some struts in to make sure that the landing, that this thing actually stays level on the pad. Okay. So we're gonna decouple and see if she snaps into position. It's important to understand that the game does not register that those things as docked. Let's see what happens here. Mem leak. Yeah, mem leak. We should probably kill the game before it breaks something. Yep, nope, that's not working. Okay, so how about we just go in there and in task. Yeah, there we go. Whitney, hello. I almost just fried my computer there. Yeah, that wasn't good. That wasn't good. What happened? I was testing docking ports and the game mem leaked. Yeah, memory leak. Crazy. Memory was going up, temperatures on my processor and graphics card were going up. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, okay. Okay. Anyway, how are you? How's things? I was trying to mess with docking port logic. Raid and me. I'm good. I can't complain. Thank you very much for the raid. You did raid, right? Yeah, okay, there it is. All right, cool. I was going to say, wait, you did? No problem? Oh, I didn't save that version either. That's good. It didn't autosave it. Okay. Should I try it again? Like, yeah, you know what? We'll try it again. Let's just see if that was a fluke. My gut's telling me that that's gonna do that again, but we'll see. This time I'll save the vehicle though. It may have checked the load menu. Nah, it didn't take it on this. It's okay. Anyway, Whitney, what were you up to? I'm kind of bumming that they didn't release the challenge yet this week, but yeah, I kind of was hoping that we could tackle the challenge today, but yeah. So what I did here was basically this. I had a bunch of batteries hanging off the end of this thing. Right? And I have this thing set to decouple. And when it decouples, that docking port should attach. And when that happened, the game took a serious dump. Like, not good. You worked on your Saturn V. You did a few improvements. Still a lot to do, but it flies to the moon and back. Good. Good. Is what I was telling you about, like, vehicle architecture and stuff, is that helping? Cool. Yep. Yeah, use lithium. I never did the challenges, dude. But once again, what's kind of driving me is I think the challenges are lore-based, so... Does it happen with no landing legs or engines and such? Okay. Aqualix, I know you're just being inquisitive right now, but I'll be 100% honest with you. How am I supposed to answer that question? Like, what do you want me to say? Oh, yeah. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is the second test. I don't even know if it's repeatable. I don't know how to answer that question, man. I know what you're doing. Like, I get it, but it's still funny. How am I supposed to answer that question, man? Alright, let's see if the game breaks. Ah, balls. It's not repeatable. Oh, frick. Thank you so much, by the way. Yeah, Whitney, don't worry about it. It's all good. Whitney, you're into it, and that's cool. I like people that like to learn about this stuff because, yeah, I like showing people how cool this is, and in return, you show other people how cool this is, and also in another language, so we can teach people about space, and then together we can rule space Twitter. Okay. No, maybe not that last part, but also, yeah, no, that's no problem. Don't worry about it. Yes! Do it. Do it, Anakin. Huh? So, no. Sorry, I was just clearing my throat. What are you trying to reproduce? I had a glitch a second ago, Fritz, that made the game really not like me. What I'm trying to do... Okay, so here, let me explain what's going on. So, I have a decoupler here. And see what's highlighted right there? What's highlighted is attached to that decoupler. If you notice, the docking port is attached to that decoupler. And then this docking port is attached to the lander. What I'm trying to figure out here is if I can make a deployable landing leg. So, a landing leg that'll pop off from a decoupler, right? And the decoupler separation force, similar to like separating SRBs or booster rockets in Kerbal, if that decoupler force will spin my landing leg around and dock it in a deployed position, right? I'm trying to see if we can do something like that. I know you can do it in KSP1, right? Absolutely. All you need is something to retain the mechanism, basically something to get it to turn, and we can make that. That's no problem. I can make a hinge. It's easy. I've done that many times. I'm trying to see how well KSP2 understands Kraken tech for the people that know me. But yeah, this is kind of a logic loop, and I'm not sure if Kerbal understands what's going on here. Do you have the Spark notes for Nate's dev update? Patch 2 is coming in the next 2 weeks. All right, let's see if it plays nice with the struts. I think the struts might have been the reason why this thing was like, my face. Yes, Hellfish for the most part, yeah. Arrow calculations, probably not. Anything else, sure. Why does this work just fine now? And I literally did the same exact thing a second ago and it doesn't work. Whatever. Guys, I actually want to test something if you don't mind. Let's F5 and then F9. I want to see something here. Remember my first Apollo missions that we did back when KSP2 came out? How we had a problem where struts tried to reattach themselves? I'm wondering if we could do that by quick saving and quick load. Let's see if the struts are I am going to abuse the absolute piss out of that. I really hope they never remove that from the game. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. The struts reran. So when I separated the decoupler, those struts came undone, as they should. But then because we redocked it, quick save and quick load, it reruns the strut for you. Why does it seem like it's always night? I don't know. That screwed me when you tried to do an Apollo-style mission. Well, Yep, you don't have to worry about that. Now you can use it to your advantage. Delete today's video just in case. I really like this. This is really good. This is a good thing. Test undocking. Undocking will undo the struts. I don't know what else it's going to do, though. What the frick? The strut isn't coming undone. The strut's like, no! 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 I want to stay attached! Okay. Alright. Let's recover that. Go back over here. Go to Kerbal Space Center. Go back into the VAB. One of these streams, you think you could give it a shot? It might be interesting what a true engineering process could do in the game. I mean, Hellfish, it's funny because the closest thing we ever got to doing that was building the launch pads, and from what you guys tell me, people really did not find that fun. Just putting it out there. So let's do something a little bit different here. I'm gonna put 9 tons out on the end, something that I know is gonna make this thing bend. Okay. So I want to put something out here that I know is going to bend when we get out on the launch pad. Something like that, Papa Bear, yeah. Okay, so that's obviously not going to bend because it's strutted. Now, what happens when we undock the decoupler and snap dock that port into position? It was too heavy. It did not snap dock back into position. The downward force caused by gravity, because of that big heavy tank on the end, overrode the magnetism. Yeah, well, Jack, I can make pads quicker nowadays, so there's that. Let's use 4.5 tons, and we'll see what that does. It's testing game logic, Josh. Oh, that's so legit, dude. The struts re-ran. Yeah, logic, Baka, for sure, man, for sure. Yeah, logic. Oh, logic. Okay. You're not wrong. You are not wrong at all. Are you testing it so you can exploit it? So, okay, let me explain to the people that don't know what's going on here. Okay, so hear me out. When I put this vehicle out on the pad, I had a decoupler, and that I-beam right there is attached to the decoupler. The docking port is attached to the I-beam, and the fuel tank is attached to the I-beam. And then the struts are obviously connecting to the lander. Here's what happened. When I uncoupled the decoupler, the docking port, the game saw that those two docking ports, the one that's on the lander and the one that's on the I-beam, are close enough to each other to dock into place. I call it snap docking. The reason why it's called a snap dock is because upon separation of the decoupler, the first thing the game did was snap those two things back together. And when that happened, the struts became undone. Those struts disconnected. And then after that, I quick saved and I quick loaded. Quick saving and quick loading reran the struts that were there when I put the vehicle out. So instead of everything being attached to the decoupler, everything is attached now on the docking port, and the struts have also rerun themselves. Now, why is that important? Who cares? Yeah, isn't that a glitch? Well, yeah, I mean, probably, sure. That's probably very much a glitch. But also, this makes it so I can make my own landing legs. Because people were saying those things are kind of glitchy. And the answer is yes, they absolutely are. I can make my own landing legs that will deploy, snap dock into position, right? And then if I quick save and quick load after the snap dock, if I had struts to hold the landing legs in position, in the upright position, when they're in the downward position, after we deploy them, we quick save and you quick load, and then it'll run struts for me. So I'll have strutted landing legs that I can deploy. See what I'm getting at? That's why I'm testing the game logic, because I want to make sure this is repeatable. Because I can make deployable landing legs that are stronger than this, way stronger than this. Will that pop-up always come because it would complicate landing with the legs? Well, Jack, we're not going to land the legs right before we land down on the surface. This is a lunar lander, not a Kerbal lander. This is a non-atmospheric lander, we'll call it that. Right? That's some big brain stuff. That's right, Bob, right? Right? Dude, this is what I'm all about when I play Kerbal, dude. I love breaking things. I love figuring out ways to do cool stuff. So, the idea is that just like the Lunar Excursion Module during the Apollo program, that thing didn't deploy its landing legs like right before it landed. It deployed the landing legs when it was leaving Earth, believe it or not. They deployed them well before they got anywhere near the moon. We could do the same thing. Sure, why not? And that would make it so I can make something like the Altier lander with its big landing legs. And all we got to do is just make them fold down. Or fold them in and push them out. We could do whatever. And you could Jack, you could try to make landing legs on like Falcon 9 style landing legs, sure. But yeah, quick saving and quick loading during the landing might be a little... But that's a good thing to know, and that's probably what we'll end up using. But I do need to see something else here. What I'm trying to see is how much something is going to wiggle around. Like, how strong are these docking port connections? That's something important to understand. Like, how strong are the connections between the ports? Because the port connection in KSP1 between even, like, those small docking ports, it's weak. Very weak. So, for this next test, I'm going to get rid of the struts, right? We'll just get rid of them. For the next test, what I want to do is get an I-beam and put an I-beam out here, right? And I want more weight on the end of this docking port. But the thing about it is that if I try to add more weight and we go to separate it, the weight will pull the docking port out of magnetization and the game won't understand what we're trying to attach. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put a bumper underneath these things in the form of this I-beam right here. And when it's undocked, it'll collide with it. They'll collide with each other. But hopefully this bumper to hold these things in place, right? What's going to happen is the bumper, when we undock immediately, these things will just get stuck for a second because they'll land on this thing because it's a separate vehicle, and it should snap the port back into position. One bumper might not be enough. I might need something else to hold it, but you know what? Just in case something crazy like that happens, You know, it'd probably be better, yeah, to have panels. And the reason why I forced 4x symmetry right there is because that's all we have. Those panels should be enough to hold this in position. Just for a second, while the port snaps into position. And then, what we can do after that is see how far this thing is bent down. We can see how far it's going to sag, because obviously when this thing all becomes one vehicle again, these parts won't collide with each other, right? So when they do collide with each other, or like when it does snap dock, provided that works, it'll do that. Exactly what you see on the screen right there. See what I'm talking about? We might need struts to hold that in position before we do this, because I don't think this is going to work. I think the sagging is already way out of out of spec. But we could see what happens. Well, it worked when the thing was touching the ground like that. That's kind of why I messed with the landing gear, because I knew it wasn't going to do it. But see what I'm talking about now? See, that thing's a freaking soggy mess, because the docking port is not that strong. Yeah, Aqualex, there was a good reason for it. That sounds right, but I don't know off the top of my head. Now what I want to do, I want to check something. Let's run a strut from that last tank to there. Right? Just one. I want to see the exact same test. Okay, so that strut is holding everything together, right? It's not weeble wobbling around. I don't want to mess with the suspension this time. It'll just wobble. Nice. Nice AI picture. What's that, Doom? The NASA hype vid? I have not seen it yet, but that's a cool video. Yeah, people have been telling me about it. Alright, so my question now is what happens when we quick save and quick load? How is that strut going to get run? Dude, it ran the strut when the thing was in the bent position. So this tells me a couple of things. Parts drift in KSP. If you quick save, quick load, or time warp, the part will retain that position. It'll retain the last position that you were in before you quick save and quick loaded, or time warped, or whatever. I'm not 100% sure what time warp's going to do, though. Time warp might do it. I would have to test it one more time. Let's see if time warp snaps that thing back into position. I don't think it will. That's exactly what I'm trying to do, Farron, yes. Okay, so it immediately snap docked, right? Let's just wait for it to settle. Yeah, because we're under acceleration talent, exactly. We gotta wait until all the arrows pop up. Ready? So I time warped it when this thing was sagged down. Now what happens when we come out of time warp? Oh yeah. Parts drift. That thing is stuck like that. And then if I quick save and I quick load, it'll rerun that strut and that thing will be locked in that position. It won't move. Yeah, Ben, I'm not sure. Yep, it reattached the strut. This game, though. Oh, man, I'm gonna abuse the frick out of this. Hashtag don't tell Nate. Hashtag don't tell Nate. We need an emote like DOS's don't tell NASA. Only just call it don't tell Nate. You don't see the strut. You don't... That one right there, Bob? You don't see that? I'd rather it was fixed. Why? You're no fun. How rigid is it? It's strutted. It's super rigid. It ain't going nowhere. Don't tell Nada. Yeah. Yeah. Precisely. I don't think this is necessarily a bug. I think this is just... No, it's a bug. It's just... It's not like... unintended. It's just... Yeah, no, I'm trying to talk myself into it. It's absolutely a bug. But, I don't think this is... I mean... Yeah, no, it's a bug. Yeah, never mind. I'm talking out of my tail. Now... Now what I want to do is put some landing gear out on this thing, and I want to see if Mutter Tech works. You cannot manually place struts, no. I want to see if there's any landing gear auto strut stuff going on. And we'll see what happens there. So let's see what this does now. Up top. Nope. No landing gear auto strut. Okay. It might be grandparent? Alright. Well, if it's grandparent, then we'd attach the landing gear to the I-beam, no? Building big landers. That's the name of the stream today. What is this contraption? It's a game logic testing device. GLTD. So, 95, if this was the case, these landing gear would strut through. But we can't attach them to the docking port, we know that. So these landing gear would strut to that docking port. Let's see if this behavior changes at all. I think sticky struts are a good way to do this. Yeah, we can get the three-leg motion, you know what I'm talking about, Josh?
Go at throttle up.
Delamuka! Welcome to Michigan Troll, your Go at Throttle Up. Thank you very much. Alright.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It is a grandparent strut 95. Yeah, that's a grandparent strut, but unfortunately we can't use it to our advantage because you can't radially attach stuff to docking port, so it doesn't bypass the bendy logic. But look, the docking port relative to the landing gear is not moving, so there is an auto strut in here. I mean, we need to do a little more testing, but I'm pretty damn sure that auto strut is in the game. It's absolutely in the game. Yeah, Farron, for the most part, yep. Well, that's not good. Yeah, see how this docking port didn't bend around that I-beam at all? It's just kind of sitting there. It's because the landing gear drew an imaginary strut to it. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. 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 All right. Let's get rid of this. This was a good test. I still don't know what mem leaked the game that one time, but... Alright, let's rotate this into position like this. Could we make landing legs? How would we do it? So we're going to need to make hinges first. What can we make those out of? There's not a lot of parts. I think we made them out of I-beams previously. How about 6 fuel tanks instead of 4? Give me a second. I'm not necessarily doing lander design right now. Just bear with me, okay? I gotta check something. You know, for science. So that right there pretty much is what we're looking for our lander. That gives us a nice wide spread, right? Gives us a nice wide spread for this thing. And we're going to need a landing plate. Something with high impact tolerance that we can punch down onto the surface here. What about these structural adapters? The FLA5 has 40 meters a second impact tolerance, which is, yeah, that's more than enough. So we can... You know, we could do something like this for our landing leg, right? And then we could have it in the decoupled position. Oh, no, that's not going to fit. Ain't going to fit like that. We could do something like this, and then we could have struts go from there to there. And then have another one go back up there. We could have the 3 struts. We could make that happen. That's, yeah, we can do this. No problem. Shouldn't be too hard. Tiny aircraft landing gear is tough as nails. Okay. Okay, good to know. All right, so... All right, what we're going to need to do is this. So let's take this. We're going to need a docking port down here somewhere. Can't be too far out. Hey, Noswell. Happy Friday, man. Today is Friday in California. Uh-huh. Alright, so now what we need to do is get a docking port and put a docking port on the leg. Like this. But we need to make sure that's nice and centered right there, like that. And then we need to rotate it like this. And the idea here is that this thing is going to attach here. But when the landing leg is deployed, or when the landing leg isn't deployed, it's like that. See what I'm talking about? It's that logic puzzle that I was just doing. We can attach the landing gear on a decoupler, and as long as it's in the right spot, if I make some kind of hinge and holding mechanism down here that pivots, where's the... Huh. Didn't want to do mirror. Alright, well, that's not that big of a deal. We can line this stuff up manually. You know, we can have a landing, a hinge and a housing out there. And a hinge and a housing out there. So we'll put our decoupler up here. When the decoupler separates, it's going to push where the decoupler, it's going to impart force where the decoupler, where it's attached, right? So if I have something down here, right, that holds that RCS ball in position, like a housing, right? When we go to deploy, that outward pushing force from the decoupler will push this thing down into the docked position. And then if we had the struts run, if we have struts to hold the landing legs in the upright position, and then you deploy them, when you decouple them, the struts will come undone, and once all the legs are in the docked position, right? If we quick save and quick load, it'll rerun the struts for us. So we could end up having deployable landing legs that look like this. You know, if I ran a strut from there to there, and then we ran another one from there to there, we could even get a little fancy schmancy like and do another one from here to there, and then another one from there to there. And yeah, the game won't know the difference. There's no way this is going to work. If this works, I'm going to be pretty damn happy. And then, yeah, the decoupler will pop this thing off and boom, lock it into position. I kind of want to make it look like there's some structure up there to hold that landing leg out. No, that's too big. Oops, wrong piece. Right, we could even mess around with the struts and, you know, let's just see what looks good. That's pretty cool. Shotton, what's going on, man? Check out Elon's last tweet. You're talking about... Yeah, Envy, I think you're just jealous of the puffy jacket, man. I hate it. I hate it. I can't do that. Like, I can't do that. Alright. Alright. Dope Francis. Isn't it Drip Francis? He looks like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yep. Okay. It's so ugly, but it's so great. I hate it so much, Ando. I hate it so. It's like, no, what are you doing? Stop it. You stop this now. Marshmallow jacket for the win. Bros. Bros. No. Okay. I'm gonna get back to what I was doing. I won. You lost. Get used to the idea, chat. It's so they're deployable, Farron. Yeah, so they fit inside of Triton's fairing. Yep. Airtime's goodness. All right. Yeah, that's been linked. I'll check it out later, dude. I'm kind of on a roll here with this stuff, guys, and I kind of want to finish it. So, yeah, hold off on the links for a little bit, fellas, okay? Yeah, the symmetry bug screwed that, broke that whole thing. Okay, so... Alright, so that's what we want the base structure of the leg to look like. We're going to need... I really got to make sure these struts are, or the hinges are engineered correctly, and I'm not 100% sure how we're going to do that. Because it doesn't load mirror, we might have to stack radial like that, which I don't think is going to be that much of an issue. The center of that piece has to match the center of rotation of where the rotational gizmo is, so we got to look and see. Get rid of that thing. We got to look and see if these things move around a little bit. It looks like they are. They're moving around just a smidge, so they're not exact. If I had world snap, this would be really, really easy to do. All right, let's try that. Yeah, see, they're not moving eccentrically. See, it's just spinning. Spinning is a good trick, chat. I don't know if you knew that. How will you do the rotation? I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it, okay? So we need a decoupler. I'm going to put a decoupler up here. And the decoupler will have this, the I-beam attached to it, and it'll decouple and... Actually, what I'm going to do in the meantime is literally keep that over there in case my prototype gets messed up. Kraken Tech V2. Luizo, dude, you'll appreciate this. I had a breakthrough. So, listen, all right? Hear me out. Okay, if I have a bunch of struts holding that landing leg, right, and we decouple it, and it falls down into position, it'll snap dock just like, it'll fall down and it'll dock just like KSP-1. If I have stuff strutted to it when it's in the, like before we decoupled it, and then we bring it down into the dock position, if you quick save with it in the deployed position and then reload, the struts rerun, dude. Yeah. Yeah, the struts rerun themselves. Watch. This is pretty neat. So here's what we'll do. Let me make the hinges and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. So we'll make our own deployable landing legs. That's no problem. Let me just see what the collider is like on these. Yep, okay. So give me a set of these, right? And we'll move these up into... Oh, it's in radial. That shouldn't actually be too big of a deal. So now let me attach another one to here. And then let's that should be enough to hold that thing in. I'll make a better hinge later. I'm just trying to prototype this. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to move that panel because that's going to get in the way of the I-beams. It's going to get in the way of the I-beams rotation. So we need to move the entire panel this way. 1, 2, 3. And then take this, move this back. 1, 2, 3. Now it should be right back into position. Now we got to take the I-beam and go 1, 2, 3. Okay. So now as a guide, what I'm going to do is take another set of RCS, right? And I'm going to, just to make sure that we have everything lined up, I'm going to take this reaction control thruster and just put it right there. The other one probably isn't exactly lined up. Oh no, it's lined up because we're in radial. Yeah, we're still in radial. And what I'll do is, just for a better alignment, I'm going to turn this thing around and I'm going to match nozzle to nozzle. Never touch nozzle to nozzle. That's bad for the rocket engine. Alright, and that will show me exactly where that thing needs to be, so I'll make sure I get my placement right. The docking port, though. I forgot about the docking port. Alright, we just need to make a functioning prototype just to get out of the way of the docking port. that should be good enough. Okay, that's good enough to line everything up. Now, I'm going to save my work. Big Altair, big Altair. So we're abusing the whole load quick save resetting bug. I actually think that leaving the vehicle and coming back 95 will also do the same thing. I haven't tried it yet though, but we could in a second. All right, so now what we need is a decoupler, obviously. And what I'll do is I'll take the decoupler and I'll make it so the top of the decoupler is in line with the top of the I-beam on 2 axes. We'll make it so the front attachment piece is aligned with the top and the actual edge of the decoupler is more or less aligned with the top of the I-beam. So now, save it one more time. Grab this. That right there is the precise reason why I made a copy. So that crap doesn't happen. Okay, and then just move it. We need to rotate that 180 degrees, like that. Then we just line everything up. Top of the decoupler is lined up with the top of the I-beam. Move that into position like that. Okay, so okay. Now we just got to move those out. Make sure the nozzles touch each other. There we go. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is let's just practice with regular. We'll do this with just regular struts. So I need a set of struts that go from here and just. Oh, no, that's not what I want. And that just left a bunch of extra struts everywhere because that glitch is insufferable. And then one more up to there. And then one more up to there. Okay. Okay, leave that over there. All right, let's see what she does. This is just a very, very rough test. We can dial this in more if it works. Okay, ready? Watch, Evil. Watch what this is gonna do. Ready? Landing leg. Corsi, that's the Nevada. Now watch this. Quick save. Quick load. Watch this. Watch. But does it support the weight? Now it will. Oh, now it will. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that no more. Watch, you want to see how strong this is? Everything else broke except for the leg. Oh, that's nice. Man, I'm tired of being right. Now do 4. That would be the next step. You use RCS nozzles as a hinge? It's an old KSP1 trick, Kroll, but yes. Need struts on the pizza plate. There were no survivors, except for the landing gear. So what's the benefit of this versus actual landing gear? Pissa, the actual landing gear in the game really don't like doing that. Yeah. That's the advantage. The landing gear, yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's the advantage. So now what we could do, let's just save before we do this. Scale it up. Make the clamps less tall? What? Oh! 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 Uh-oh! Uh-oh! It doesn't like double docking. Oh, okay. Yep. We might need to deploy one at a time. We've had an anomaly? We have to secure the area? Survival of the fittest landing leg. The legs are eager to land. Yes. Alright, let's try this. I'll just try to manually key one. Okay. Yeah, it didn't like that. Oh dear. Yep, it didn't like that. Your Kraken Lord betrays you. I'm not, you know what? I'm not gonna ask questions. I'm not gonna pretend like I know what's happening there. Yep. We need something to dampen the motion of the ocean. That's what she said? Well, was she talking about my lander, Oswald? Because if she was, then that is in fact what she said, yes. Huh. Oof. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, Odo. Yeah, okay, I got you. Okay, so the damper was not a good idea. That didn't work. I think when I placed this in 4 times symmetry, some of the parts may have moved from our original test, guys. I'm looking and none of the hinges are aligned. None of them are. So, that's nice. What should fix this is... Well, give me one sec. let's go in here like this. Oh yeah, that's not lined up at all. And if those aren't lined up, that means the docking port isn't lined up, which explains why it was giving us a weird snap dock. Atmospheric sensors are not in the game, Louiso. I just have I-beams. Alright. So now the docking port should be aligned. Let's see what happens. That's why it pays to be a smooth operator. The legs are still attached. The legs are still attached. The flowers are still standing. Legs are still intact. That's all I'm saying. Hey, it can dance if it wants to. It can leave the other landers behind. Because the landers don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. Do 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 do. As you wish, 95. Huh, it doesn't want to. The dashboard operability is not doing too well right now. Now, will they strut? Yeah, of course. I reloaded the quick save. They strutted, but nothing else did. Wait, you have friends? You need some? I can't do that. I left them behind. I told you. need to do one more thing. There's just one more thing I have to do before I go. It happens, 2020. About a quart a month. Yeah, it sounds like rings to me, dude. Trust me, this is leading to something. Just bear with me. Oh, jeez, Barack, I'm sorry. Yeah. I appreciate you choosing me for your background noise, dude. I mean that. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty funny. You live in Norway, by the way. Oh, so I'm on super late for you. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. What are we doing now? I'm gonna do something that's probably going to make it explode here in a second, Drac, but... I just kind of got to get this thing to hover here for a second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Brew Rock. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Okay, time for explosions. Hello? Well, the jet engine shut off, so that's good. Hey, legs survived. Legs survived. Just saying, they survived. Nothing else did, but the legs did. Yeah, I see that as an absolute win. The legs survived. Nothing else did, though. My leg is intact is the end of that sentence. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to put an action group in here to turn those engines back on. If you would be so kind. There we go. There we go. We did not skip leg day. Honestly, it would have been a better test with a Kerbal on top. So it would have been better if we killed a Kerbal. Or, are you okay? %33 throttle is where we need to be. Sepratron to push them down. Yeah, Kroll, you don't want him to push down. You don't want him to move down too fast because then the docking port will bounce. No, that's what Marvin is for. We got Marvin up at the top. He's our test guy. See? He's just like, eh. Alright. Let's do this. Guess not. Didn't turn the engines back on, guys. Knights on Temple. No stairway. Denied. Bogus. Yeah, Blue, I was hitting 1 in Z and 1 in Z, and I did it 3 times. Didn't turn the engines back on. That's kind of, not good. Here, alright, we'll do something a little bit different this time around. Large, large Chungus, large Chungus. Is the scientific term for that an oopsie doopsie? That's more of a, oh, yeah, that's not good type of thing, you know what I'm saying? So we'll just put some other engines on here and we'll, you know, we'll use those. If you configure independent throttle, I think it should work. Yeah, okay. No! 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 Okay. Okay. I quick saved. Okay, now I quick loaded. Yeah, RobCop, just click on the vehicle. They are my own landing leg design, yes. Oh! Well, the back fell off. Huh. Hey, well, it's definitely Kerbal. I'm trying to hit the pause button, see if we can pause it right on reload so it doesn't break. I ain't even mad. That's awesome. That's awesome. I ain't even mad. That's pretty funny, man. Yep. All right. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The struts are run. It's just it decided to break on the attachment point between the cubes. So let's quick save and quick load here. Yeah, Mauser, yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. The struts are still run. The landing leg struts did run. We're good. We are good. Marvin, I'm sorry. Yeah, the struts are still there. It did rerun the struts to the landing legs. So that's good. It's just probably not something you want to mess around with in the atmosphere. Like, at all. Yeah. Doctor, I think that's what we need to do. We need to reinforce that connection. We need to reinforce it. We must build it better, stronger. Not faster, it's just stronger. Yeah, strong. Better, stronger, and stronger. Strongulence. Slower, stronger. Lander. Kerbal. Okay. And do you feel scared? I do. But I won't stop and falter. And if we're through it all away, things can only get better. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, fair, and that's probably what happened. Yeah, I didn't like that. All right, so let's go back down here and just. Oh, we still have this version, huh? Oh, okay. Does different size docking ports change things? Yeah, they won't dock to each other, man. Alright, get rid of that. Hi, I'm the part action menu. Did you need me? No. If I did, I would have clicked on the part action menu. Big, 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 big Chungus. Big, 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 big Chungus. When I stand to lose it all, Big Chungus comes and throws against the wall. Clippy is my boy, don't you diss Clippy. Oh, I'm dissing Clippy, don't you worry. Thanks, EJ. Very cool. When I stand to lose it all, Big Chungus comes and hits the wall. Future dreams we have to Chungusize. Big Chungus. That's the lyrics of the song, alright? And do you, Big Chungus? I do. What? Alright, let's see what we got. Just go. Damn. Alright. Yeah, the lander survived because I managed to get the engines back on. The engines aren't dead. For whatever reason, when the landing legs attach, it focuses on debris, which is strange. But yeah, that's what's going on. Well, this isn't gonna end well. In the air there was a Kerbal? I don't know. What just came off of that? Don't want to know. No, I'm not gonna ask questions. There was again. And again. Why is a piece of debris taking vessel hierarchy priority? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, do you see how it turned the whole vehicle? That's interesting. Yeah, Farron, we'll do, you know, like we'll be up in space when this happens, dude. Like, I'm not too incredibly worried. Like, we should deploy them up in space, and deploying them up in space should be fine. But, yeah. Slap a Clydesdale underneath it, test the theory. As you wish. Yeah, I saw the Kerbal guys, yeah. Alright, just, yeah. Yeah, I see him down there. That's weird. it's giving me an option for a fairing to make a fairing shape and view a fairing when there is in fact no fairing on this vehicle. Yep. Okay. Okay, not going to read too much into that. We'll just keep going with the mission here. Yep. Yeah, Gene, yeah, that's a thing. God, I love Clydesdales. Literally one of my favorite parts. One of my favorite parts in the game.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Muskrat, what's up, dude? Does it have the Delta V to go to the moon as an SSTO? No. I mean, maybe with these things, the nuclear engines aren't really full. What the hell? Am I tripping? Okay. Okay. One. Oh, no. No. Two. Hey, Razzie. I'm doing okay. Kerbal is being a little weird right now. Yeah, it's being a little weird. Don't worry, we'll figure that out, I guess. Yeah, it's been a little temperamental. Yeah. Check last, please. I'm not doing last, Nugget. Yeah, I changed that when Kerbal 2 came out because there's a lot more people in here. With that being said, what's on your mind? Long time no see, huh? Hey, man, how are you? I like the Altair-looking lander. Yeah. I'm trying to make landing legs for it, dude. I'm trying to make Kraken Tech landing legs. Kerbal is Kerbal's being a little strange. Yeah, it's being a little weird on SnapDock, which is weird. Yeah. There are mechanical parts? Oh, no. I made these mechanical parts myself, dude. Kraken Tech is a bit strange to begin with. Yeah. Send it. How? Because my life's dope, and I like to do dope stuff, Robocop. In Kerbal. I don't know what you heard about me, but you ain't gonna get solid rockets away from me, because I'm a melon farming PIMP. Yeah, no SCP. Yep. Well, thanks, Robocop. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, no, I'm trying to... So I built the hinges, and the axle for the hinge is an RCS thruster, believe it or not. So there's a decoupler, and the leg's attached to the decoupler. And when the decoupler goes, it pushes the leg down, and it pushes the docking port into position. It's an old school KSP trick, like super old school. But this thing's docking, KSP2's docking physics aren't, is the end of that sentence. It's actually Sick never seen it. Well, we call it Kraken Tech because it's Kraken bait, dude, for sure. What in God's name is this? Yes? It's a lander prototype for Triton that I'm working on, Bandit. You'll see. Marvin's on the top. Also, the Red Sox didn't. Yep. They did a thing. They lost 10-9. You know how bad your defense has to be if in baseball if your offense scores 10 or 9 runs and you lose? That's not good baseball. That's not how you do that. Brazier's in mid-season already. I know. Masa's gonna get so mad he's gonna leave. I don't. It's the pitching, Bandit. It's the pitching, dude. It's not a problem with the Yankees. Nah, don't worry. You guys will choke in the postseason like you always do. Oh, I hate, dude, Angel. Don't, Pop-Tart, don't even get me started, man. Don't get me started with that freaking melon farmer. I hate that guy. So do most baseball fans. I know, right? Him and Joe West, dude, I can't stand them. Ugh. Oh, so much pain. That's okay. Shohei pitched opening day. 10 strikeouts, 6 scoreless innings, had a base hit and left the game with a 1-0 lead. The team lost 2-1. Oh, God. No. No. See, Red Sox fans and Yankees fans. Hate of Angel Hernandez, you know? we all hate him. He sucks so hard, man. I hate that guy. Hate that guy. Everyone hates it. Maybe quick save before the landing leg deploy? Yeah, Farron. We dropped a quick save here. How's KSP2 holding up? Well, we found ways to break it, Rain, if that's what you're asking. Alright. Baseball still even a thing? Just as much as VTOLs are. Hell yeah. Alright. So I dropped the quick save. Let's, Come on, baby. There we go. Okay, there's one. Okay, there's one. Drop the quick save. Drop the quick load. Opinion on the pitch clock. Traditions and whatnot, Hellfish, but that's actually kind of cool. It does change the game a lot. They also made the bases bigger, so stealing is a little bit easier. Hell yeah. Alright, that's one. Let's do opposite deployment. Torque sequencing matters. Ready? Shh. Oh, for it once, no ball. All right, let's not try that one. Let's try this one. I don't know what's going on, Aqualex. I don't understand that glitch. Robocop, we'll try your idea. I'm not sure, dudes. I'm not sure. It could be strut symmetry. No, that doesn't make any sense. That's a crazy picture, Panta. Here. Let's go up into space one more time. We're going straight up. Oh, it's consistently braking, silly, if that's, you know, what you want to hear. I'm pretty sure that's not what you want to hear, though. For what it's worth, it's consistently taking a dump. Hey, Dad Joke, you got gifted a, oh, you gifted us something silly Viking. Thank you. Finally running out of patience with it? No, not really. I think this has something to do with the symmetry nodes screwing up. Because when I deploy all four, that doesn't happen. But if I deploy one at a time, it happens. And we know that there's some weird logic with the struts when you decouple something from the hierarchy, guys. I'm pretty sure I know what this is, what this is doing. The only way for this to really work right is to separate all of them at the same time. And that might be problematic. Yeah, so we're just gonna go up, if you don't mind. Just orbited Duna for the first time. Congratulations, man. Yeah, that's just gonna come right back down over there. I'm sure that's good. No, I haven't. That's okay. On the ballistic trajectory, Robo, so Kerbal will basically spin, and it'll just come down over there. It should come down in the ocean. But if the spin is matched to the apogee, then it'll come right down on KC, but... Hey, Artyom. How you doing, dude? Enjoying 70-mile-an-hour winds. Yep. All right. Our AP is well above 100. Let's just coast. Wait till we get up into space, and we will drop. I'm gonna drop a hard save here. I honestly think the problem is placing the legs in symmetry. I think if we placed a single one at a time, because we never had this problem when we were testing the single one. If we place them one at a time, I think it'll work a little bit better. Okay, so let's... Oh no. We got 3. Yay, caramba. Alright, Envy, see you, buddy. I told you to stop saying that. Don't make me say it. Don't do that again. Please. You understand that saying stuff like that is making my job harder. Please don't do that. Last warning. Yeah, under acceleration didn't do it. Okay. We just got to get them to all come down at the same time. Hey, Regime, what's going on? Hello, Guy. Regime, I'm doing okay. I'm doing alright. Alright, so let's separate them. And then... Alright. Hey, Sunti. They're Kraken Tech landing legs, dude. But, yeah. The vessel hierarchy is weird. Debris is taking vessel priority, which is really strange. And, you know, a couple people have said put probe cores on this, and that might be what we have to do. Because doing this... That's unexpected behavior. Hold on. Rebel, don't do that, Rebel. Please don't. Space it for everybody. Please don't make my job more difficult. And don't make the mods' jobs more difficult. I don't like talking about that crap in here. If you want to get some political stuff, go on Twitter or Facebook or something, dude. Let's just focus on space, man. The United States of Space. Because I'm not stopping at the moon. Write this down. M-A-R-S. Mars. Red rocks. I got a coalition of Kerbal. I got a Kerbalition of the willing. I got 40 Kerbals ready to roll, son. You know? Sorry. The moon. Yes, I said it. The moon. All right. Anyway. So, we separated one.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And that works. Okay. Now what happens if we do a little bit of this and no, come back. got to be strut symmetry. It's got to be. That's the only thing I can think of that's causing this issue. It's got to be strut symmetry. I have another idea, Nuggets. We could decrease the docking port tolerance on the docking port so they're less likely to snap dock. Let's try that. Let's try decreasing the mag force on these things. Okay, it took it in symmetry. All right, ready? Okay. You see how the vehicle is turned? When one landing leg rotates around and the docking ports find the threshold, instead of snapping the landing leg into position, it snaps the entire lander into position and all the other ones just pop out of socket. Which is annoying. That's an old... The interesting thing is that is an old school KSB1 problem to have. Snap docks. Yep, it did it again. Okay. I've seen enough. Hey, Z-Money. Building my own landing legs. Why do I feel like this would happen with the ring assembly we wanted to do? Drac, there's an exact reason why, after looking at how the docking ports docked the other day, where I was like, no. We probably shouldn't do that. Now what I'm going to do is try something a little bit different. I want to do what some folks in chat said and put probe cores on there. See what it does now. There is no part removal symmetry in the editor, Nuggets. No, we are dealing with a extremely cut down version of the editor, just because, you know. It worked. Oh yeah, also if you decouple something and then redock it to the same vehicle and reload the quick save or leave the scene, the struts will rerun for you. Yeah, like that. See? It reran the struts for me. Alright, so... Yeah, auto struts. Yep, pretty much. Wait, what did you change? I put probe cores on the landing legs, G? Yeah, some folks suggested it, and I was like, maybe. But, want to see something super interesting? It did exactly what I thought it did. Right now, in the vessel hierarchy, debris takes priority. So what does that mean? Well, okay. This has a probe core on it, so the game registers it as, if we go into map view, well, it's registering it, the icon is for ship, but it's a probe, right? Now, when I undocked the landing legs with no probe core on them, and they docked into position, instead, I'll explain it grammatically. Instead of the landing leg docking back to the lander was docking back to the landing leg. It reversed it logistically. No, logic-wise, it reversed it. It strutted lander to landing leg to, or lander to landing leg instead of redocking the landing legs to the lander. Now, putting a probe core on it seemed to help a little bit because what it ended up doing is when it redocked the probe core, right, it snapped the probe core into position, and putting a probe core on the landing legs actually made it, it basically made it so the lander has priority again, so the landing legs were docking to lander. But something interesting to note, look at the nav ball. Does that look right to you? Look where the control point is. It defaulted control to one of the landing legs, one of those probe cores on the landing legs, and not to Marvin up there. So, for whatever reason, a decoupled piece of equipment takes vessel docking priority over, even if it's debris, takes vessel priority over anything else. That's strange. I'm not sure what's governing that logic, but it's not logic, that's for sure. Is the Stay Putnik lowest priority? I can't imagine the Stay Putnik would be the lowest priority over anything else, Aqualex, can you? The Stay Put debris has more priority than a Stay Putnik? That doesn't make a whole lick of sense now, does it? Yeah, it gives docking priority to the landing legs, which is strange, dude. Which I think is why we were running into that glitch. I don't know, Drac. I'm not sure. But putting probe cores on it seems to have made it work. Hey, Blinka. It could be, considering that the Stay Putnik is the simplest probe core, but also at the same time, dude, yeah, the Octo 2 is technically, it's more expensive. It's a more expensive probe. And it did default control to it. So that tells me that if we put a different probe core on here, if the landing legs were debris, it would actually work. But yeah, that's something that we're going to have to test more. Well, that's an interesting glitch. Yeah, we'd have to do a logic hierarchy test, dude, and I don't have the bandwidth to do that tonight, man. I'm getting kind of been going since basically 7 this morning, dude. We'll have to test it on Monday. But this does show promise, that's for sure. Also, with probe cores on it, we don't need to move the legs accelerating. Yeah, Drac, if we could do one at a time with the docking ports on it, I can just switch to the leg and use the little probe core torque that thing has to move it into position. And then if we reload, it'll rerun struts for us. Now, the last thing that I basically want to do is see how strong the struts that these landing legs are. So, I'm going to drop a quick save, right? And we'll see how strong this thing actually is. They patch every couple of weeks, Joe, yeah. And that seems to be systematic, which means that they're going to keep doing that. They're going to maintain that pace. Ejection seats would be very useful. That's a big lander. Thanks, Firework. It's a lander that's designed to launch on Triton, man, with payload. Just trying to get us to the flat ground right now. We'll be all right if we make the fog. Retrograde lock. Let's just see how strong these landing legs are. If you make it to the fog. Dun 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 dun. Ah! Dun dun. Se no acta gamat. Word. Hell yeah. Man, those things are tough, dude. All right. They're very strong. Can they take a bump or two? Yeah. What about that? Oh, score, dude. All right, ready? A little bit more. Yoinks. Oh, it broke it. No, it didn't. Wait, what did it break? We're fine. What did we break? I think we may have broken a strut. Yeah. What? No. No. We didn't break anything. It just said we did. Which is peculiar. That's really strong, dude. That's cool. That's real cool. Yep. Deployable auto-strutted legs in Kerbal 2. You saw it here first. Yep. Did we break an RCS ball? Maybe. Oh, that's nice. Not bad. What's that, Penta? Now targeting Sunday, April 29th at 7:29 a.m. Balls? Alright, yeah, okay. Yep, use lithium. Yeah, we can make big freaking landers. The East German judge scored a 5.7? Damn it! What did I do? Stub my toe wrong or something? What do you use for springs and dampers on the legs? The joint flex between parts, Gore-Tex. Kerbal parts naturally just bounce around, dude. Yeah, Kerbal 2 parts are super flexy. Yeah, that's what we lost. We lost some of the hinge piece because it's only connected by a panel. Everything is really bendy in this game, remember? So we're just shedding parts of the leg that we didn't need. Not a bad problem to have. Yeah, so the natural bendiness of parts in KSP. Here, look, let me pulse the engines. See? The natural bendiness of parts is my damn suspension. See? See it bend around right when it lands? Yeah, Kraken Tech, bro. That's sick. We're gonna work more with this over the, we're gonna work more with this later, or tomorrow, or next week. We're still gonna work more with it now. I wanna mess with this more. But yeah, I would call that a pretty damn success. Pretty good success. Yep. See, look at all the parts that broke off. All right. Yeah, pretty much, Nug. That's pretty much how a real lander works. Crush cores. Crush core is a one-time use piece of suspension because you're only landing once, right? Like think Falcon 9, for instance, right? Falcon 9 has a crushable, it has crumple zones built into the landing legs. So if it lands hard, it'll crumple it. Because Falcon 9 ain't going to land and take off again, right? It can't. First stage can't do that. Remember to stretch and yawn. It's been 10 hours. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Clegg. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's right. I've been going since 10. Ooh. Illness, I think I got up and went into the garage once or twice, but that was like this morning. Which means I've been sitting here for, yeah, about 8 hours straight. Touch your toes? Oh! No, I'm just kidding. It's fine. Usually, robots don't have to do that. I mean, yeah, I do, just off stream. Also, you get that Lego thing? You mother trucker, that was you? Oh, I did get the damn Lego thing. Look at what this bonehead got. Look at this. Just on a side note, this is a good time to take a frickin' break. Look at this. Frickin' thing showed up in my P.O. box. Damn it! It's awesome, man. That's really freaking cool, dude. That's really cool. I gotta get the one that Yard gave me. Yard gave me this 67 Mustang. Get them and put them together. How many pieces is it? About 1,500? When Lego car stream? Let me set up another camera, dudes, and maybe we'll build it. Yeah, D1SC to your P.O. box. What's a D1SC? Speaking of things in the mail, something showed up here today. Oh, nice, Gene. Nice. A Pro Charger. I have the Lego Shuttle. I assembled it on stream back when we were in the apartment. That was a little while ago, but yeah. So let me take Marvin off there for a second, and let's put that probe core on there. Just out of curiosity, let's see what this does. Build it on stream or else. All right, gosh. What is this? You're linking 9gag, Aqualux? What's the matter with you? 9gag? You get $10 billion, 10 billion US dollars, but a magic immortal snail will spawn within 10 kilometers of you. It's as fast as a regular snail, but it will always be chasing you. If it touches you, you die. Do you take the deal? Yeah. Sure. Fly around all the time. It's very 9gag. Yeah, just buy an airplane. Just put the snail in a jar. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Horara. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'll take the $10 billion. Hey, man, you see that snail right there? I'll give you $1 million if you take that snail and put it in a jar. What? Okay, yep, we win. Yeah, exactly, Gene. And then encase the jar in tungsten or something. You win. Full-time person on that snail. Yeah, I'll give you $1 million. I'll pay you $100,000 a year if you sit and watch that damn jar. Put it in the jar, weld the jar in half-inch thick seal, and seal it in a bank vault. Honest question: is it worth getting the game? Raul, it's glitchy. It's glitchy as hell. But it's fun. It's definitely KSP, dude. But it's like KSP from the early days. Like 2011, 2012, 2013. Yeah, it's definitely Kerbal. It absolutely plays like KSP. Here's the test. Let's use the Big Chungus probe core and see what happens. Yeah, put the snail in the jar and, yeah, pay NASA for Voyager 3. Send it into the heliopause, bros. You'll do it for $5? Yeah. Alright, here we go. Not good. It worked for 2 of them. You almost bought a 47 Willys for $500 last night, and you didn't do this. Why, Guardian? Why didn't you do that? Why would you not want to do that? Damn, those things are strong. Go through the second phase of my job application for a material technician's role. I have to do a presentation. Nice, man. Congratulations. What if you don't die, period? Oh, I'd do that. I'd keep the snail in a bank vault then, Joe. Yeah, keep it in a bank vault, dude, and then... And then, you know, with advances in modern science, I don't see why somebody can't live to 35, maybe 300. Yeah. You know, eventually, I think eventually it would get boring. I mean, life would get old after a while, dude. Yeah, there's only so many times you can go to the bathroom and be like, yeah, this is fun. All right, like after the bajillionth time, it'd probably just be like, yeah, okay. Because, you know, if you're immortal, do you stay youthful, right? Like, if both the snail and you are immortal, does that mean, like, I get to stay 35 for the rest of my life? Like, do you stop aging? Yeah, exactly, Gene. There you go. Yeah, if you stop aging, yeah, after a while, I'd be like, all right, I'm out. I'm good. I don't need to do this anymore. Send me on a trip to Mars or something, you know? Go and explore that for a little while. Alright, so debris took priority again. So what I want to do this time is put those Octo probe cores back on here in 4X Sim. And let's do the same test. It'd be nice, Elvis, yeah. Damn, that thing is cool looking. I love Polybridge out of Mac. Yeah, I haven't played it in a little while, but Polybridge is definitely fun. See, it defaulted probe core control to the... That's weird. Third one's coming out in May. We'll play that, dude. Oh yeah, I forgot to quick save. You like a 10th? If I could just get all the landing legs to attach. I think probe cores on those things is the way to go, dudes. I think that's the way to do this. Don't place them in symmetry. Put probe cores on them. And then deploy one at a time. I think that's the right move. Some sort of minigame we're introducing to KSP where you could essentially create your own engine. How would you do it? Procedural wings, but with motors. Oh. Well, the game took a crap. Alright, dudes. I'm gonna work more with this on, we'll work more with this on Monday. Yeah. I've been going about 10.5 hours, give or take, on the stream, and even more. I did a lot of work on the truck. I got the leaves hung, if you see that. That's pretty cool. No, I was going to say morning or not, but tomorrow's Saturday. So, all right, guys. I think I'm going to chill for the rest of the night, dudes, because we started a little bit early. Got a nice long stream, so people watching VODs over the weekend can, watch this. Hi, VOD viewers. If you made it this far, thank you. If you watch this whole VOD, I do appreciate it. Man, I've barely been able to catch you this week. Yeah, weather guy, this week has been kind of rough on you, boy, dude. So we still got Don't Go Dreaming of Snails. Yeah, right. Yeah, so guys, pending whatever the KSP2 challenge is, we're gonna keep working with the landing legs. We will develop one out and get it to work right and build that lander for Triton. And then we'll go land insane stuff on other planets and stuff. I'm thinking like maybe build a city on the moon or whatever before base buildings in the game. I think that'd be a good idea. That'd be pretty fun. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Sorry for not being around much. Hey, don't worry about it. Wedding stuff do be like that. It's the wedding, the truck Ernok. It's just, yeah. And then there's this other thing, dude. Like, it's crazy, man. Moon or Minmus? I don't know, Drac. Anyway, guys, let's see who we can raid. I hope you guys have a good weekend. Now, tomorrow we're gonna do GTA at 10 p.m. We're gonna start an hour early because of the Australian Formula One race. We're gonna watch. I'm not gonna watch that on stream, but I wanna watch it. So we're gonna start racing a little bit early and go from there. Give me 1 second. Don't forget the launch tomorrow. There is no launch tomorrow. It got moved till Sunday. It got moved to Sunday at 7:30 in the morning. Which, yep, that's going to be a little tough. So, yeah. If there's a care and use to race with us on Fridays, we are testing your track. Oh, nice, Dink. There you go. Yeah, they're still doing Friday night racing, so jump in there. That's good. Mr. DeCenzo? All right, yeah, let's go see what Zetark's doing. He's the only one that I'm following right now that's still streaming. So, let's go see what Zetark is up to. Let's see what Mr. DeCenzo is up to. He's riding his horse around right now. Andiamo. Let's go. Oh, I put a thing at the end of that. Boop. Go send some love over to Zetark. He's doing some wild RP. He's a good streamer. He streams a crime boss in the same server that Middleditch is on. So, go see what he's up to. We'll see what's good over there. And guys, I'll see you tomorrow for racing. And if I don't see you tomorrow for racing, I'll see you on Monday for more KSP. Or I might try to do the launch on Sunday. Who knows? But yeah. So, yeah, I'll see you then. Go see what Zetark's up to. Go shoot him some love. He's another good RDR RP streamer. Really good. Really good. So, go see what he's up to. And I will talk to you guys a little bit later. So once again, sorry for like stopping the stream at 8. That's not my style. It's just schedule's gotten a little right now. So yeah, I apologize for streaming a shorter schedule this week, but we might have to do it this week and next, and then go back to noontime to 10. You know, but yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, making progress on the truck and stuff. That's honestly what I've been doing. So I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good weekend if I don't see you. And thank you.